Happy final day of the Spookyfest, everybody! That's right, we're at the end of our Halloween celebration, and tonight's stream, we got a special one for you because we're going to be taking a look at some beta content for this final Spookyfest. Wait a minute. Is it me or is that lightning getting more aggressive? Oh no. Oh, I said it too much. I angered the spooky gods. No, no, no! Ah, crap. I guess I got struck by lightning. Now a ghost. I guess on the plus side, I don't have to think about a Halloween costume this year because Mother Nature kind of picked it out for me. I don't know how I'm still here. Yeah. Guess why I'm still here. Show must go on, even in the afterlife. So, let's play some Luigi's Mansion, I guess. I don't know how to transition out of being struck down by lightning, but we're going to be playing some Luigi's Mansion tonight. We got a beta mod showcase to start this, and then we're going to be playing the retail game right after. And yeah, again, how do I transition from this? I don't know, man. But let me show everybody exactly what we are working with here. So, swap over to the main feed here. There you go, it even works in the afterlife, thank goodness. I'm surprised I'm actually able to interact with things. That's why I was so hesitant, because I'm dead. So, this is a mod restoration, essentially, for Luigi's Mansion with the E3 beta build. There are certain things about the original E3 2001 showcase that never made it to the final product, and those specific elements have been recreated from the ground up and have been made into a playable state. There's two different versions of the specific mod, but I'm going to be playing the newest one that just came out earlier this year. In fact, I think it was only like maybe a couple months ago at most. This is Luigi's Mansion Beta Restoration Revamped. From what I understand, it just fixes up some things from the original mod that restored the beta content from that E3 build into the game. But now this is also console compatible, so I will be playing this on my Wii, just for the sake of actually seeing how well it runs on original hardware. There's not that much of the game you can really play. We'll see that once we actually jump into this restoration in general. But there's a lot of elements here that I'm legit shocked were able to be recreated into the final product, because some of the stuff, I don't even know if it was in the code or not still. I imagine some of it is, like I believe the timer here, this is in the final code, which is how they can get the original timer mechanic back in the game. But some of the other things, like how you get scared, and that animation Luigi has for it in this build, I don't know, was a thing in the original GameCube release. I thought that might have been something out of the code, but we'll see. But let's just go ahead at this point and load up the game itself here on console. Now, we're going to start with this, and then I'm actually going to be playing the Switch 2 version of Luigi's Mansion here, because it actually just dropped at like 2 a.m. last night. So, happy early Halloween. Here's your Luigi's Mansion early. I thought it was actually interesting of how late it dropped, but I'll be playing that version because I just want to see how it plays on the Switch 2. But we're going to start with the original GameCube experience, which somehow I can still interact with this in the afterlife as well. Don't ask. There we go. Alright, so this is it. Luigi's Mansion, the E3 2001 version. We're going to start right from the very beginning. And I'm going to just say right now, this controls super weird compared to the retail game. And let's show you why. Here's already something weird. You normally move with the left analog stick, but on this one, No, you move with the C stick. Type A control is the sidestep mode that we know in the retail game. Type B control, on the other hand, it's still sidestep, but now you move with the left stick and aim with the right stick. This is how I'll be playing it instead. It is very different. You don't have a Mario button, that doesn't work, but you do have a crouch button. So for whatever reason, I could just do this. Little duck walk. And that's all you can really do right now. Got 100 health out of 100 health, so it actually tells you how much health you can have in total. There's a reason why for that. And we have boo coins, which... that's a little different. We'll get into that later. And hey, Canary, and hey, Ethan, how you doing? And yes, this is a happy Halloween celebration. Gonna be enjoying tonight. As much as I can for being dead. Okay, that was a different cutscene. And speaking of, no cutscene for that. I just picked up the key. Just because. Maybe I get more transparent. Not gonna question it. At least I might at least still drink water, all being dead and all. That actually works. So, that's different. Luigi has text in this. All of one text box, but hey, he has some dialogue in this one. Instead of just voice acting. It was more of a placeholder at the time. These are also different because these ghosts are supposed to be the yellow ghosts, but in this build they're pink. And the music is different too. Ouch! What are you doing walking into people's houses? Like this? What nerve? Huh? You own this mansion? You say your name is Luigi? I never heard of you. Who? Me? Dr. Elvin Gadd, the ghost researcher. I thought this was a vacant house, so I've been living here for some time. I do apologize. This is a famous haunted house, so it's been perfect for my research. Please excuse me. Ooh! But you're not supposed to say that. Oh, there's no time for chit-chat! Come, Luigi. Follow me now! That's different, because I think he says, follow me post-haste in the retail game, so that's different. Also, speaking of different, listen to the theme playing right now. I'm going to turn up for a second so you can hear this. Yeah, it's a little different. The same core jingle is here for EGAT's theme, but the instrumentation's entirely different from what we got. And mind you, this was E3 2001, so this was around the summer. This came out closer to the end of the year, so this was only like a few months of a difference between the beta build and this specific time period where the game launched. Alright, so now I'm going to go into practice so we can actually see how this game plays to start. Because it does play a little bit different from retail. But it's the same idea, vacuum cleaner, you know, the design's different. You still use the R button to vacuum, control stick to change your direction. This, though, was exclusive to this version. They removed this before the final product. Don't vacuum for too long, or you'll overheat. Give it a try. See that number down there? If I vacuum any longer than 10 seconds, the vacuum blows up, and I take some damage. So the vacuum had a health system to worry about originally, which that's not good. You don't have a button to turn off your flashlight, so that's another thing that's different here. Also, what's this map? I need to see. This is the same from retail. It's so weird, though, to control this without having a button to turn off the flashlight. That is kind of hard to get used to, just because that is a strategy all the time I use in the retail game. I will say also, this does work with the analog triggers at this time, but the left trigger does something completely different. At this point, I guess they didn't have any of the elemental abilities in the game yet, but they did have one. Water! That's all they had. We have a hose. And I don't know what it was good for at this time, because I did play this beta already to see exactly how long this was and just if it worked in general on hardware. I didn't find a single use for the hose. This thing is kind of just there right now. There's nothing to water in the beta version here. Gotta do things a little bit different because I can't turn off my flashlight. That other ghost didn't even move yet. The spawns on these guys are a little different. Alright, got them both. Alright, give me their money. Because this is the currency the ghost dropped at this time. They all drop a single boo coin. And that is it. We don't know what the currency could have been used for at this point in time because this beta version doesn't really have a proper ending. You'll see once we play some of the game. Also, I don't understand this. That was 8 ghosts we sucked up. How do we get 9 coins? That doesn't make sense. One of them dropped an extra, I guess? Or EGAD doesn't know how to count. One of the two. Alright, but that's it for training. Now we jump into the mansion itself. So let's actually start the real demo. We're done with the tutorial stuff. So, we jump in the mansion. We keep our health from the practice, which is kind of stupid, actually. Because there's no way to recover health, to my knowledge, in this. The music here is different. It's the same chord jingle, but it is a different version of it. And even when you clear the rooms, the music is different, too. You get a key, but you don't get a cutscene for it. They don't even know where it is going to right away, which is not ideal. I don't have a check button, so I have to just push things around with the vacuum. Also, you can't go in every door in this. There's a lot of areas locked off. Any room that's red, they completely blocked it. So, there's only a few sections of this game we're able to explore on floor 1 and floor 2. The rest of it's off limits. Since this is a beta build that was reconstructed on the retail game, technically the whole map is available, but it means nothing. In the core scope of this, you were just playing through the beginning area, and then a tiny bit of Area 2. That's it. And even then, you're not even playing the full Area 1 either. Here are some boos, which are just kind of chilling. Just suck them up like any normal ghost, like a rat or a bat. Wait for you to become stunned. You only have like 50 health. No pearls dropped. He just dropped some standard money. That's it. The chest opened automatically, I noticed in this too, so you don't even have to do anything with the treasure chest. Gotta stop vacuuming before my vacuum overheats and blows up. I only have so much health to work with. The fake doors aren't in this. They're replaced with tables and a pot. That's it. Which is very interesting, but this is before the full retail game was done. Look at the bedroom. This is the master bedroom in this version. It's not even the same thing as the retail game because it has 2 beds. And there's a dresser over in the corner that's not there in the retail game. This nightstand isn't here normally. Also, there's no open window in this. Because the trick with this ghost is you're supposed to reveal an open window and then she gets up to close it because of a backdraft, but that's not the case here. You just have to wait for her to react, just like the husband. And then you just grab her. And you can notice when we're near a ghost, it actually triggers the Game Boo horror, which normally is a thing just for the boos in the retail game, but every ghost reacts to it in this one. The child's room doesn't even have Chauncey in it. It's just normal ghosts. Even then, some of them are recolored. See that key. The treasure chest designs are also entirely different too, which is very interesting looking. Yeah, Chauncey's room is mostly the same, just some of the furniture is slightly different. But that's it for Area 1. There's no boss here, so we just get the key. And then we can move on to Area 2, because as you can see, that opens up the main foyer door. So now we can actually go through it. Which means now we're into Area 2. No toads here, by the way, so there's no saving. This version doesn't have any save system. I'm just gonna let the cutscene play. Because this is the retail cutscene. Why it looks so smooth. Yeah, it makes sense, beta. Yeah, it was also a demo for a show floor, too. Oh, what's that? More ghosts. Don't mind me. Oh no, I'm scared. This is something that didn't get into the retail game, which I'm actually sad about. That ghost gave me a big jump scare, knocked my health down straight to 50 HP. And that's consistent, by the way. It'll happen here again if I don't actually see him in time. And I can't move outside of crawling on the floor like this. That's the only way to move. It is actually a really cool animation I wish we got to see in the retail game. And speaking of things you see in the retail game, this is a funny interaction because this is supposed to be what Luigi thinks is a gorgeous, skinny woman taking a bath, and then he opens the shower curtain, and it's just this fat lady taking a bath, which he doesn't expect. There's no ghost in here. That wasn't a thing yet. So this room is pretty much pointless from what I can tell. Just some booze in it. That's it. No little comical ghost switcheroo kind of mechanic. And this bathroom also is pretty pointless, because it's just one ghost and some money. Although it's very similar to the retail game, so yeah, close enough. Nowhere else we can go really here except the kitchen area from the looks of things. Not gonna get spooked. I got spooked. Even looking at him with the flashlight wasn't enough. Oh, my one true weakness. Boxes. Yeah, you can tell why they didn't want you to go at this time. We might as well just go into the dining room next. Oh, I didn't mean to let go. How did that hit me? It's like getting hit by a parked car. Music's getting more and more dire sounding with the slower tempo because of how much health I lost. I just like how the theme sounds in this one. It's the same core Luigi's Mansion theme you've all come to love over the years, but again, just like almost everything else in this for music, just slightly different from the retail. One of the big differences for this room is that it has an extra door. This door doesn't exist in the final product, which is an interesting shortcut they removed, but I guess it was just redundant. I didn't really think that this was needed, since the doorway itself would just immediately lead to another door. Then you have the door right next to the main entry point in the hallway, so I was just like, I figured, probably good enough. Then there's this one, which I guess was supposed to go into the billiards room, but obviously that didn't make it into the final game either. There's another door over here, which this door would have gone, I think that was the theater room. So, interesting how these doors connected into future areas, but I don't know how that would have worked since you needed a key to get into the billiards room, which would have also got you into the side room. They would have needed extra keys for these two doors to lock progression. So, makes sense why they were cut. Hey, Kira, how you doing? Yeah, boos are just kind of here. At this time in the demo, there was really no boo trigger. They were just like standard ghosts like the rats. So nothing special about them. And they're appearing only in dark rooms, not in lit rooms. From what I've seen, no ghosts appear in lit rooms at all in this. There we go. I just wanted to wait for you to get triggered in a very specific way so I don't die. And in the kitchen, there's really nothing in here outside of those ghosts and some money. This is another door that was cut, which I can see why, because this is another redundant door. This would have took you to the laundry room. But at the same time, it might have been nice to have an extra door for the laundry room. But that's right in front of, I think, where our, like, a cabinet is in the retail game, so yeah, you can see why it's cut. Aesthetically, I didn't think it worked. And we're here in the backyard, but because our water doesn't really work in the way you would think, I can't actually trigger the dog in this area. The ghost dog is essentially just off limits. He's just chilling in the background. So at this point, we kind of reached the end of the areas that we can actually explore in this. Because that's all the ghosts. And I don't know what to do in this area. I haven't really seen anything you can interact with. You can't hose down anything, fill up the water bowl. You're supposed to fight a skeleton ghost here, and then take its leg off, which then our ghost dog friend would go eat the bone, and that's your time to attack, but that whole sequence doesn't exist. Also, no graveyard. The graveyard section is still cut out in the map, since this is based off of the retail game, but there's no graveyard. It ceases to exist. I should mention this whole time, X does nothing. There is no Game Boo horror camera. So you can't do the warps with all the mirrors either. Oh, we're getting a phone call. Luigi, can you hear me? Looks like you got a vacuum full of ghosts there. Thank you, Luigi. My research is now complete. Why don't you come on back to the lab? He phrased it as a question, and it's not a question, because that's where the demo ends. That was the beta revamped entirely. That was everything. You can't really explore most of this mansion, and since it was based off of a demo, it has a built-in time limit. Once the game hits around 1:30 in the morning, then you're done. So you only have about an hour and a half in-game to go through all this mansion. And that's it. Which is insane to think about because there's a lot of mansion here. But at the same time, a lot of it is blocked off. So this does a great job at recreating that E3 2001 demo, because we only really know what the demo has based on videos. I don't think that demo has ever seen the light of day past that 2001 period. But you can't leave. I believe in one of the actual beta builds we've seen leak online, there's this door here in the beginning, which this is the best shot you're gonna get, is in the mirror. That door in the front foyer, you would actually be able to interact with it in very early versions, one I understand, not in this one. Because you were able to actually explore Egad's lab originally, but that was cut from the final product. Now, I am curious about one thing. So I'm gonna go back in a little bit here. I want to get punched. I'm gonna let him kill me. I want to see what happens in this when you reach 0 HP. Might be faster also to expel my vacuum use too. Then I'm gonna hurt myself. Actually, I don't think I have time. Yeah, just let him do the job. You know what? I'll do the final one myself. You helped enough, guys. We're gonna die in the one room you really don't want to die in, because why? The only way you get hurt in here, I think, is a chandelier. And that's it. The vacuum blew up, and it killed me in the process. And that's actually it. Surprising. Because I was wondering if they restored that specific beta element in Luigi's Mansion, where he has a different reaction when you fail. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this is the video. I did find it. Cool. I also wanted to see what happens if you stay on this title screen for too long, because it's normally a intro movie, but here I don't know if it plays. So far, that's a no. Let me see. Do I have that set up on this scene? No, but I do have my display, so I'll just use that. Okay. Give me a minute here. I'm trying to add the thing we need just for this one little extra. Alright, there we go. This was the beta game over screen. That's it. That is it. Essentially, let me pause on the right frame. A lot of people probably know about this because it's very well known. But originally, when you game overed, you would have had a depressed looking Luigi because he failed at finding Mario, and at this point, he's presumed probably gone forever. And the dude looks like he's sick with the worst case of whatever he caught. Because that is not just depression. This also looks like an illness to me. But this was cut from the final game as well. I wish I was in this build, but I guess it wasn't in this version of the game at this time. This might have been cut pretty early on, for all I know. There's a lot of beta elements in this game that I would have loved to seen in the retail game, but sadly, they didn't make it. But yeah, that's it for the actual beta of this. It's very short, because all you have is just a handful of rooms. Not much. I find it very interesting. I just kind of wish there was a little bit more to it, that's all. Because how many rooms was that in total? Not counting training. You have 1, the hallways 2, the 2 bathrooms 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You go up here, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 rooms. This had a total of 12 rooms for the entire demo. Yeah, that's enough, I think, for a show floor demo. I don't know what the duck was supposed to be for, though. Like, this is still the one mechanic I have no idea about. And same for the water. At this time, I don't know what the hose was supposed to be for. The hose just exists. And I'm glad we got rid of the mechanic of you hurt yourself by using the vacuum for too long. Same for the timer. Because Luigi's Mansion and Pikmin 1 both released day and day on GameCube. So imagine if this game still had its internal timer. So you had to beat it before a certain hour. That would have been 2 GameCube launch games with a strict timer mechanic. So it's probably for the better they dropped that. But yeah, outside of that, everything else kind of plays the same. The Z button doesn't work either in this, so no like sub-menu like gallery and such. But yeah, I guess now we're going to swap to the retail Luigi's Mansion. But I'm going to be playing it on the Switch Online version, as I just want to see how that one plays out. So let me go ahead and get that set up, but I don't know how well that's gonna work. Being a ghost. Figure it out. Hey Matt, how you doing? Let me just fade away really quick. Maybe I'll figure it out here if I could just cross the existence. Oh, that didn't actually work. That's the wrong feed. So I just look like an idiot. I mean, to be fair, even in the afterlife, I'm still an idiot. So it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Let me just fade out. That does just work. You know, it's probably going to help for the minute. While I'm talking about the Switch version, maybe I should actually show the actual full feed. There you go. That'd make more sense. And as I'm getting this set up, I'm going to change the title information. The revamp demo I knew was going to only be like a short little thing, so this is why we're going to be playing the whole retail game now. And again, we're going to be playing through it on the Switch 2 itself, just to see how it plays using the Pro Controller. But I do have a GameCube controller hooked up, and I'm curious if that is going to just one-to-one translate. We'll see. Yeah, I'm just gonna play... Okay, I already have the thing set for Twitch, so it was mainly just the YouTube side I needed to change. Cool. Yeah, I am living up to the namesake. Technically. You're not wrong. What do you get for having so much lightning happen within the past week and wearing headphones, I guess, in the middle of all of it? Big oops. I don't know how the volume's gonna work on this either, so we will see. But tonight we're going to be playing through the game on the Hidden Mansion, and I think we're going to mainly stick with this version of the game, the North American one, because I like playing through the PAL one a lot. I've played through it a couple times over the years, but the problem with the PAL Hidden Mansion is it is much harder by comparison to the North American and the Japanese release, and this is the one thing I'm kind of worried about for time's sake. But I do want to kind of mention something on that before getting into it. But I just want to show these controls. They did the thing we were all kind of expecting with how they mapped the multiple actions for the vacuum. They did separate it between two different controls on at least the elemental one. So expel from vacuum or shoot out lump. They separated the L trigger on the GameCube version. They separated that into two buttons. They did not do that for the main vacuum, but there's no reason to do that on main vacuum. So, main is just, you hold it. When you're using an elemental, you just push in. You want to shoot out a lump, you just push another button. But, thankfully you can still do vacuum pumping, which is a very important thing to know for when you're playing the game with the boost. Because, dear God, if you're playing PAL, you're going to need to know that. But I do need to mention something as well on this one, because like I said, I want to know... I'm going to turn off this controller. I have the GameCube adapter hooked up with the Switch 2. So this should just work. Oh, it probably would help if the thing was connected, right? Well, I guess I'm going to have to fade out from existence again. Okay, so I got the controller hooked up to the right port this time. So now if I hit a button, let's see what happens. That's interesting, it's not connecting. I thought this would have worked, because it is... Wait, is my USB on for controllers? Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't work on this menu, so I don't think I have that on. You need to have USB controller on for that setting to actually apply to the GameCube adapter. Because I think it still recognizes a Pro Controller, right? Controller accessories... No, it is on. Why isn't this... It normally just works. That's weird. Let me fade out again so I can see something. Thing wasn't plugged in all the way. The USB was like 90% into the Switch 2 dock, not 100. So, great. I love when the thing barely didn't reach. Alright, let's see. So now I'm playing the game with the GameCube adapter using the GameCube controller because this is supposed to work more like the original GameCube control stuff. What I understand. So let's see. It does. Hear the vacuum? It's barely working because I'm barely holding an R. Same for L. Perfect. So if you want to play this game with a GameCube controller, as long as you have the GameCube adapter, first party or third party, it needs to be the one that plugs in with the USB. If you have a GameCube adapter, GameCube controls work one-to-one. No issues there. Everything's mapped just as I expect. The only issue I have is I have no way of getting back to the actual menus. So I need a second controller hooked up. But even that won't work because it's not controller 1. So there is a little bit of jank when you're using this setup. But it does work. That is what we want to know. Perfect. So now I can hit the button to get out of here. Now let's go to the full feed so it can actually look correct. This is the PAL version of Luigi's Mansion. I'm wanting to load this up because, like I said, I don't think I'm going to play through the whole PAL hidden mode tonight. I'm going to just use the retail game for this. But the one question I had, what was this version going to be? When they released Luigi's Mansion on the Switch 2, I was just wondering whether they're even going to put on the PAL version at all. And because this is the 2002 release of the PAL version, we can play it here in North America. All you have to do is just enable the North American and European versions for the GameCube library. And once you beat the game, unlock Hidden Mansion. This is huge for us here in North America, because this is the first time that we get the PAL Hidden Mansion mode. This is one-to-one the PAL release. So it's mirrored, the world's darker, we have all the exclusive stuff, like the game is harder, who's have more HP, we got the cool bosses fight. It's all here now. This is the first time that us Americans have been able to play this. People in Japan as well, if they download the non-Japanese version of the Switch 2 library's GameCube collection, for what I understand. You just need to have access to this PAL version on your Switch 2. And it's super easy to do that. It's just a menu change. So now you can play through the entire PAL Hidden Mansion mode for the first time in, what is it, like 23 years officially? They kind of brought some of these elements into the 3DS port, but it's not the same. It's not mirrored. You don't have the cool bosses fight. It's not the same thing. But now you can play it on the retail GameCube port on the Switch 2. That is huge, because this is something that for years I've been wanting here in North America without just importing a PAL version of the game and then just doing all this like hacky workaround stuff to get it to work on a North American console. I can just play it normally. Neat. And all you have to do, besides beat the game obviously, is just enable this option. Playable titles, North American, European, and then boom, there it is. No problem. Well, we're going to be playing the North American one because, oh man, I just don't have the time to be playing through a 4.5 hour adventure tonight. 3-hour one sounds more comfortable. So, also, I need to mention something. You may be wondering, how did I beat this game twice, mind you? So I can look at the PAL Hidden Mansion briefly. How did I beat this game twice? It just came out last night at 2 a.m. Let's go to the gallery really quick so we can talk about it. Because, you want to see what ranking I got for this game? Want to see the ranking? That's the ranking. There it is. That's the ranking. Got rank H. Yes, Kira is understanding what happened. I did Chauncey out of bounds. I learned how to do it last night. I got the 10th. You can't get this under normal circumstances because it's next to impossible how much money you make throughout the entire adventure. But if you do the out of bounds thing that goes straight to the final boss after Area 1, you're under the around $5 million mark they want, right? So that's super easy to get rank H by doing this. And I did it twice. Once for North America, got 55k, and then once for PAL at 355k. I sucked twice. It's really stupid. Thank God for save states. Can I just say that? Thank God for save states. Because I was doing all this out of bounds crap. And there's like no easy way to go about this stuff without trial and error. Because dear God, there's so many layers of this crap. But I was able to do this twice within about a 2-hour period last night. Literally after it came out. Because this stuff is not easy. It's insane. But if you can do things here with the out of bounds, like you need to get skews, you need to like clip through walls. Which I didn't even get the right one here, so I'm just gonna load another save state so I can demonstrate stuff. As you can see, I kind of passed that barrier now. But this is not easy. I think I'm just gonna show how this would have worked. Just real quick. Perfect. So I got the thing I wanted. This is the crap you have to do to beat the game in such a short amount of time. It's not for the faint of heart. Please, for the love of God, if you're gonna try this for the first time, use save states. Because, oh dear God, this sucks. This is horrible. But there's very specific movement. You've seen a speed run before. You might have seen this kind of stuff. Because this is how you beat the game any percent style. The only thing I'm not showing is clipping out of the wall with Chauncey, because I don't have a save for that anymore. It's the only thing I don't have. Oh. Well, okay then. Somehow that was okay. Don't know how, but that was. And surprisingly, by the way, this works on the PAL version. Don't ask how, because I don't think it's supposed to. But it does in this version of the game. But as you can see, this is extremely difficult. It's not for the faint of heart. Oh dear God, please don't actually try this. Unless you have saves. Please. Please don't. But yeah, after this, I'm actually, gonna play the game normal. You know what? That's why we're doing that. This is where it gets kind of precise. This is a frame perfect trick. From what I understand. Yep, just like that. You're supposed to fall between two different seams and fall into the very bottom. And can I just say, this section's kind of weird, because if I go too far ahead, you trigger a cutscene. Which normally, I think this is just supposed to put you back a couple rooms, right? I can't remember where it puts you. I think it puts you at the foyer. Either way, this will kind of reset you being self-blocked. Got me confused for a minute there, Luigi. I thought you were in the wall. Because you're supposed to have 45, I believe, of the 50 boos. So, most of them. But you can actually beat the game with 0. As long as you do this out-of-bounds stuff. Yeah, it does send you back to the foyer. Okay, so I did remember that correctly. So, what sucks about this is that it's still very precise to a point where I can go so far out of bounds I can't move anymore. Or I get too close to the door. And then you trigger King Boo with the cutscene. So you're supposed to move in a very, very specific way here. And even then, Still in a bad spot. I can move up and down, but not left and right, so I still got screwed. This is not easy. Again, thank God for save states. The only reason why I was able to do this for you guys tonight. I look at the painting here. And now I'm just edging my way forward, and even then, still not enough. Soft locked. The hardest part is this part. Between falling into a very specific scene with a frame-perfect window of going into a camera, and then getting into this section, while not going too close to the door, or too far out of bounds, so you can no longer move. You're welcome for getting a file now, as you can see. This is stupid. Also, you can't do that. Too far to the left, you pop back in. Still stuck. I think I know which documentary you're talking about, Kira. I think I might have seen it. And yeah, it's a really good watch. Because there's a lot of things that's changed about the Luigi's Mansion speedruns over the years. Any percent. Out of bounds, no out of bounds. Still an interesting watch for a game. Okay, and there you go. Then you clip and bounce. Go over here. Fight King Boo. Get rank H. That's it. I have $4. And I think like 2 pearls. That is it. That's everything. And surprisingly, this does work on the PAL version. I can't believe it does because it's supposed to run at a slower speed. But I think they kind of overclock it a bit for this version because it seems to run at 60 hertz, at least in my experience. Alright, but let's actually play the real Hidden Mansion mode. I just wanted to show how I got rank H because that's the first and second time, technically, I've ever gotten it, and I don't think I'm ever going to get it again. My save got screwed up because of that. Well, that's why. We're gonna have to beat King Boo real quick. Okay. King Boo intermission. Dang it, man. I didn't know that deletes both your saves. That's stupid. Well, that's fine. Do you want to see me beat King Boo real quick? It'll be a spoils of war situation. Sure. Probably shouldn't have done all that, but yeah, I didn't have a clip record. I did this all in handheld mode last night. I would have just shown clips if I played on console. Hey, Super Spyro, how you doing? And yes, happy Halloween Eve. Final day of Spookyfest. Thankfully, I can say that now, because the lightning stopped. Just kind of needed a sacrifice for it. You know, getting struck and dying and all, but you know, I'm festive like him. Yeah, I can see it right behind my head. The mosaic on this looks kind of weird, I will say. It's not that it's off, but it's a higher resolution, so it just looks uncanny now. Because that's supposed to be 480p, and I think this version is upscaling that to 960p? I think, if I remember hearing that correctly. See, I didn't know about that for the save state stuff on this myself, but I've never really used save states that much on NSO. I've only used them mainly on games I'm not really using the built-in save for. But that's why, again, we're right here, so I can just quickly beat it. It's a whatever thing, but you know what? We'll just do it. You get a sneak peek at the end of the game now. Another reason why we're not going to be going through the whole thing. Wait. I just thought of something. Maybe I can get a cloud save back for it, but I'm already this close, so it doesn't matter. My cloud save should probably be intact, if I really wanted to check that. But getting a cloud save to download before it uploads is kind of a pain on Switch, and Switch 2. I always have to disconnect from the internet real fast before it starts uploading. So I'll just do this. It's faster. It's safer. Yeah, thankfully, this trick still works, even though the buttons are a little different on function now since it's not analog. Still doing vacuum pumping is actually pretty easy. Yeah, am I the only one that's surprised that this came out last night, technically? Because they said this was coming out on the 30th, and they normally update their services at, like, what, 8 p.m. for this stuff? So I was surprised I heard a 2 a.m. announcement for this on the 30th. They really wanted to make sure people got to play this early. Which I'm fine with, since I needed it for tonight's project. Don't even have to do any pumping for this last one. Just get him out of here. There. Done. Alright, now we get to play the game. Yeah, this was a very early release. And I think it was one of the first times Nintendo's done this for one of their NSO libraries. Kind of feels like breaking a tradition. I should also mention, I'm going to probably do that during the main playthrough of it. The rumble. I've never experienced this before with other games on the service. This is my first time really playing a GameCube game to its fullest on Switch 2. Because I've like experimented with some games here and there, but I've mainly had the rumble off. This time though, rumble on. I'm surprised that they went through the effort for these games and coded in HD rumble effects. Because when I get a phone call, for example, from EGAD, the controller rumbles to the beat of that phone call. It's not just a straight vibration like the original game. It's actually taking advantage of the HD rumble technology on Switch. That's a little more attention to detail I wasn't prepared for. It's neat. Possible they pushed it early because it hits 30th in some different time zones? That could have been the reason, yeah. They might have wanted to push it early just to make sure it released on the 30th everywhere, because if it released on the time period they normally release, it might have leaked into the 31st for certain time zones, like with Japan. This is also weird, by the way, when you do the out-of-bounds stuff. You see the Area 1 portraits, but you also get the King Boo one at the same time. So the game's scripting gets a little weird here. So here we go. Here's how you do it, Area 1. Here's Neville, Lydia, Chauncey, and here's Area 4's King Boo. Just kind of throw him in there real quick. And that's it. And now the game's saved, I can reset. That's all I need. I just needed the save out of it. Alright, copy that. And now knowing about the save state thing, I'm creating this one as a just in case that ever happens again situation. Do it again because of the sound effect. But there we go. Now we can actually play the real Hidden Mansion. Yeah, already 31st in Japan. Yeah, so that, again, if they released it probably when they did, it might have released a little too late for the Japan time zone. That's probably why they released it a little earlier. They really wanted to make sure Luigi's Mansion was for Halloween. Hey, Evan Roseman, how you doing? You know what the funny thing is about this version now? Being in such a high resolution. More people get to see my favorite thing about this game. This stupid face. This stupid face in true 4K. Well, not really, but you know, if it's upscale to 4K, if your settings are that. Just the dumb look is already good enough on 480p, but now with the higher resolution the Switch 2's outputting GameCube games on, this thing looks crispier and more cursed. I still don't know what's with like the elongated shin for his save icon, and no other icon uses that, ever. It is really weird, but I love it. You could probably soft reset during the cutscene. Yeah, as soon as you save the game, soft reset or hard reset would do the same thing. I just ended up doing the hard reset just because it's actually somewhat faster doing this controller because of the menuing. If I was using game controller, yeah, I'd have no choice. What's with Luigi's head tilting? Why is he doing that? That was weird. Oh, your name is Evan Rossman. Alright, my apologies. I was just reading how it was on the YouTube side. Okay, I didn't actually think I grabbed him, but that's fine. I'll need to see the door. It's right here. It's actually nice, though, to play this with the original Hidden Mansion I'm used to. North American. Every time I've wanted to show off Luigi's Mansion on a stream for what feels like forever, I've always used PAL Hidden Mansion because of just how unique it is. But for a change of pace, that's why we're playing the actual normal one. This is an inferior one in my opinion. I prefer the PAL Hidden Mansion, which is the extra difficulty, the mirrored world, and just the unique gimmicks certain elements have, like with certain bosses, but this version is just an easier mode. It's a new game plus. Your vacuum does a lot more damage now to Ghost. It sucks up faster. And that's mainly it. So if you're just wanting to play the game, but you're not wanting to commit too much time to it, this is the way to go. I mean, speedruns use the Hidden Mansion mode for a reason. That's why I'm glad to see that we actually do have PAL Hidden Mansion here now. In North America. That 3DS version was not the same. It's a harder one, but it's just this. So normal Hidden Mansion mode, no new layout stuff, but just harder. That's it. No mirrored, no extra gimmicks. It just upped the difficulty on the front of damage. AJ Hazen, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say the 3DS version was really a letdown as much. I'd just say it's an inferior version. Because I do like some of the things it did. Like the boss rush stuff in that. Pretty cool, being able to rematch the bosses. And graphically speaking, it did look pretty good for the system, but the controls, oh man, they are a downgrade. This is the system I was thinking they should have released Luigi's Mansion on to begin with. At least the original Switch. It came out right when the Luigi's Mansion remake did, so I don't know why we got it on 3DS. It was not the right version. It didn't have true do analogs. It just had that little C-nub on the new 3DS. And it just didn't work. I don't know if it was just me, but anytime I used it, either the up direction didn't work or the down direction on the right stick. It depended on my inversion style. One of those two never worked correctly. And I don't know why. It seemed to have been like something hard-coded in the game. It was really stupid. So I ended up just using motion control for that because it was the only way I was able to get consistent control. Which I didn't mind, but it just felt weird on that version. I have to wait for the book first. Give me that money. Doing good? That's good to hear. Doing alright myself. Mine's being dead. Thanks for asking. Feel good to play the game on a Switch 2 controller. Honestly, it doesn't feel that different, yeah. It feels fine. This is how I wanted it to play on a 3DS port. It simplified the controls so we don't have to worry about the dual, like, button click situation since we don't have analog triggers. They separated things out well enough that if you have to shoot out something with the vacuum, it works fine. I mean, I'll find out once I get the elemental stuff. But, yeah, no, it feels natural. I do have a GameCube controller on standby, so I might swap to that later, because I'm just used to playing this on original hardware. And it does just work one-to-one with the GameCube adapter. So I will get my analog triggers back if I really want it. There we go, perfect. Now let's spin that fan. So nice my vacuum doesn't overheat like that E3 build we just played. They're good. Trying to spin a fan with an overheating vacuum would suck. It's so easy to get money in this too, because of how consistent you can get gold portrait ghosts now. You don't have to worry about honestly doing really much to get a gold ghost in this. You can get the big pearls very easily. There's another thing about the extra power your vacuum has in this one. Elemental does feel a little jank sometimes. Doesn't burst unless you press again. Will you try it? It felt fine. Or a skill issue. Okay, yeah. To be fair, that's always a big problem with things. Skill issue. I'll find out. I mean, that's not that far away from now. I'm playing at least until I can get to elementals with this controller, and then I might decide to swap to my GameCube one, but just in general, like, just basic controls feel fine. I remember the elementals feeling kind of weird on 3DS because, again, with it not having analog triggers, they have to simplify it. It was in a very similar setup, and I remember that feeling kind of weird on translation. Out of curiosity, Kira, have you beaten this game? Or are you just working your way through it still? Because this is not that long of a game. It's about a 4-hour adventure. 4 to maybe 6 hours if you never played it before. It's not long. And then Hidden Mansion's probably like 3, because it's so much faster. This fight's different in PAL Hidden Mansion too, which I actually kind of prefer because Chauncey's very easy. Makes sense, he's the first major boss for Area 1, but he puts up a challenge in that PAL Hidden Mansion. Those rocking horses going side to side, he slams the ground a lot faster. I'll probably end up pointing out some of the differences here and there at most, but if you want to see a PAL Hidden Mansion mode run, I have done a couple over the years on the main YouTube channel. That's still one of my most viewed videos, the PAL Hidden Mansion mode stream I did at the time. This was like 2014 when I was doing that playthrough of Luigi's Mansion. And obviously we have a VOD of it on the VOD channel as well from 2023. So I recommend checking out those VODs specifically if you want to see a full run through of the PAL Hidden Mansion. It's definitely worth it. If you've played this game a lot over the years with either the North American version or even the Japanese version, and you've never played PAL, there's a lot of differences. So it's worth checking out. And now you can actually play it, which is sick. If you know, never were from the PAL region. Funny thing is, I'm still getting gold. I think it's like 90 HP and up, or is it 80 and up? I can't remember if it's 80 or 90. But 96 is still more than enough. Don't mind me, I just need to quick look around here. What do we got? Hello? Hello? Anyone home? This door wasn't there a minute ago. Oh, well, I guess I'm trapped. This is stupid when you can do this and not know where you're going, because you can literally just put yourself in a soft lock immediately. You can only do this once, by the way, which is why I safe stated. You want to see the funniest thing? The transition to the next area, which I couldn't show because I didn't have a save on it yet. This. He's just gonna chill walk like this forever. That's right. Give him the Luigi strut. I'm surprised. No ghost spawn. I actually wanted to get scared because I want to fall through the floor. Here, let me just do that again real quick. Yeah, you played the dining room, so near the end of Area 2 then. That makes sense. Mario. There we go. I got scared. So now I'm down here. This feels illegal, by the way. Being in Area 2 without even being able to actually open the door yet. That definitely feels like a whole level of wrong. What's over here anyways I can't even do? Guess it's just the bathroom? It still plays the victory music for clearing out the Chauncey fight, which is very weird. Is this ghost even here? Okay, we got these little ones. I'm getting a phone call now for this. The key spawned. Looks like you're being in real trouble. Maybe you need some more training. Yeah, I noticed you're not in the right room, Luigi. What are you doing? I could play a lot of Area 2 right now without even getting the key, which is stupid. Let's get back to Area 1. I'm not going to do any more of this. I just want to see how much I can actually explore. More than you think. Hey, I'm back. What did I miss? Can't get behind the chest now. That's why I did all that nonsense at this moment. Alright, let's get the key and actually open up Area 2 for real. I like how now he's like, oh, thank goodness you're okay. After the call I literally just got off of with him. That was like a minute ago. Early Alzheimer's kicking in. For the guy with like, what, a 300 IQ or something crazy? Yeah, at least he doesn't call all the time like in 2. Yeah, I think it was the most egregious with the calls in Luigi's Mansion 2, but that was because of the structure of the game. I will say, after now playing all 3 Luigi's Mansion games, that was my least favorite of the 3, and I still really like it. I just prefer a full building structure, like with the mansion in 1 and then the hotel in 2. Or hotel in 3, excuse me. The multi-mansion in 2, which is... It definitely felt like for a portable. It was very obvious. But... I don't know, it just didn't translate that well to me. Again, still a fun game, but... There were a lot of things that I'm glad they improved upon for Luigi's Mansion 3 from that formula. Yeah, good question. Where'd I go next for a 4th game is a very interesting idea. They can go literally anywhere at this point. I mean, if they went from mansion to multiple mansions to hotel, I guess anything's on the cards at this point. Oh, okay. Sure. Alright, how do I keep on missing 2 of them? Whatever. There you go, finally. I get my health back. Ah, here we go. Alright, let him dance for a minute. My chance to catch up with chat. Yeah, I'm glad now, though, speaking of 2, I'm glad that we have all 3 of the Luigi's Mansion games now on the same system. It's just the easiest way now for people to get access to every single game. So, it gives people that excuse to play them all at this point if they just want to try it. So, the only unfortunate thing is this version, Luigi's Mansion 1, being on a Switch 2 only. Because I don't know why we can't have GameCube NSO on Switch 1, based on how Mario Sunshine via the 3D All-Stars Collection was just an emulated version of the game. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really understand some of the technical issues behind not having another GameCube emulator service, but, you know, it's more of a business thing, I think, in emulation front. Can you two finish up, please? Well, just painfully long. Haunted Amusement Park is possible. That would be fun. I don't know if they would do open world with the next one, because yeah, that is kind of a fear. Every game nowadays feels like it needs to be an open world, which is a little unnecessary. That's still the biggest concern that a lot of people seem to have with Metroid Prime 4, and I can completely understand that. It's just, we don't know until it comes out if the open world's a good or a bad thing, because we haven't seen enough to really know. I'm just getting tired of the open world being in everything, because a lot of games don't feel like they need to be open world, and I'm getting a little fatigued of that kind of gameplay genre at this point. Because with everything being open world, it's hard to keep up with 100-hour games releasing, it feels like every month. No, it was the chair. Right? Trying to remember all the speedy spirits here. I'm trying to go by memory. Yeah, it was the chair. I'm gonna see if I can get all the different speedy spirits and the golden mice without looking up their locations, because I remember so many of them. I didn't mean to do that. Well, that goes the rest of the coins, but that's fine. As long as I got the gold bars and the bills, it doesn't matter about the coins. That was one of the least valuable ones, too, because it's just the standard money. There we go. I don't know how that worked, because I didn't press the button, but sure. I pressed the wall next to the button. Are Metroidvanias sort of open world coded? Somewhat, but also not, I guess, in the same scope. It's just kind of weird to think about it for a Metroidvania kind of thing, because they're more open-ended by the nature, but a lot of them are more condensed compared to like games like Skyrim, Breath of the Wild, GTA. Those games are the ones that people are fatigued of at this point, because they're too big. If done right, an open world isn't that bad, but most of the time it feels like the worlds are getting bigger and bigger, just for the sake of saying we have a big world. And that's where you get a lot of nothing. And I even agree with that point, too. For both, actually 2 different points here, from Jay Hazen and from Ethan Chat. They're hard kind of games to go back and replay, because when you play through an open world game, with how long they are, you don't really want to go back and play that again for many years, because they're a game you feel tired of, to a point where you don't really see any reason to go back once you beat it. And then the idea of how long these games are, a lot of people don't even go past a certain point. Like you're saying there, Ethan, they don't go past maybe first few minutes to like an hour or 2 in most cases, but yet we're playing these games for hours upon hours on end just to see anything really happen. And they're too big of time commitments. People don't have time for those kind of games anymore. A lot of people are just voicing the idea of, it's great that I see a game for 8 to 10 hours. Because I actually can beat that. And that's sad when we're starting to say that kind of stuff. But it is just the issue nowadays with games getting too bloated. Which I do agree to that sense. I've been playing a lot of shorter games the past, like, few months. And I've beaten a lot more because of that now, I would feel. Like, just the other night, I actually beat Penny's Big Breakaway. It was a game I was very indifferent on when I first played, and honestly, now beating it, still kind of the same. But it was easy enough to sit down and play through, because it was like, in terms of doing literally everything in the game, including achievements, it was only like 8 hours. So, it wasn't even that long of a game. My Steam play time's a little bloated, because I tried playing it multiple times and put it down. So this is like my third attempt at it. So I already had 6 hours clocked in that didn't count. Can I just say, I'm gonna post about that probably tomorrow. Kind of my thoughts on like Blue Sky, like I've been doing with all the games I've beaten this year. I just gotta say, interesting game, lots of flaws, doesn't really feel like it was polished. It needs like another 6 months in the oven. If you're gonna try Penny's Big Breakaway, try it first. There's a free demo, play that first, because the game is definitely one of those try a demo games. Because it does not click with everybody. It took multiple hours for me to finally click with it, because of just how different of a game it played out to be. It tried to be like 2 different things at once, and it kind of failed at both. It's interesting and fun once you get used to it, especially with so much charm. But I will just say, I got soft locked on the final boss, so that should pretty much tell you how the whole game goes. It's very glitchy. I do wonder that too, like what game would be next for NSO, but if I have a feeling, it could be Mario Sunshine, because they did tease that. That's one of the games we know comes to the service. It's already available on 3D All-Stars, so wouldn't it be that hard for them to get to work on this, I would imagine. They already have the base coding. But who knows? There's a lot of games they announced that we're still going to be waiting on for a while. I kind of ran to the parked car. Come here. Most of the games you own are 30 or 3 hours to 30 hours minus like Xenoblade. I mean, that makes sense. Xenoblade is a very big series. But also at the same time, RPGs for the most part are kind of long. So I'm not too surprised on that one. But that's the most I can probably stomach for a lot of different games. Maybe upwards of like 30-ish hours. Anything past 50, and it's like, no, I'm not even looking at that unless it's something I'm really invested into. The only open world games I've ever beaten over the years has been Grand Theft Auto 5, and that's because I played it when it came out. And even then, that took months. Breath of the Wild. Saints Row 4. That's it. Yeah, it's only 3 games. That's not many. You can clearly tell I don't play many open worlds from start to finish. And even then, Saints Row 4 completed in co-op. Well, that was a big driving reason to go back and actually finish it. I was playing with a friend. And that also took a long time to beat. Every single open world was like, yeah, it took months. So, they're very on and off games. And with how many come out, it's kind of hard to keep up. Other box. Other box. Other box. Okay, I guess the top one. I hate getting the boxes in this room. They're stupid. There we go. That's all the booze I can get for right now. Hey, Jared, how you doing? Yeah, I did not miss Luigi's Mansion. I mean, well, technically, I've already beaten it once tonight, but that was my bad for resetting my save state. Oh, good. Poop key. That's disgusting. Alright, yeah, this fortune tower room. Alright, so now we're actually getting to our first elemental. Now I get to see how the elemental stuff works on this controller. Come here, you. That is one of the better mice to get because I want that money. Sapphire is really good. I'm not gonna get the spawns in the hallway. I'm not gonna try for those too much. Because they're like, what, a 10% chance if you just run back and forth? That's true, Ethan. Yeah, like the RPGs for the most part, and then I guess to an extent some visual novels. I guess it depends on the visual. But mainly RPGs are designed to be kind of long because of the nature of their storytelling. Because most of it, honestly, when you break it down, is just the story, not necessarily even gameplay in some cases. Oh, that was weird. Sure. I mean, just a little extra of a time waster there. Alright, let's see how this now works. So now you got fire element. Burn the house down. Wait, what? Look at the insurance money. That's insurance fraud. That's not my house. Alright, now I'll get the boo. Or boo ball, I guess. Nice drop. This should be actual boo. Wait, that wasn't it? Then is it the torch? Painting. I don't think I've ever had that spawn in the painting before. Really? Where did that go? Oh, hallway. Oh, God. Nope. 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 Not doing this crap. Nope. We're not dealing with a ghost immediately going in a room I can't get to. So, get back into that fire room. You're gonna like it. Yeah, this is the only mirror in the game that actually doesn't work with the mirror warping. That is true. Because they don't want you to get out of the room prematurely. So it locks you in so you can actually use that fire medallion. There you go. Way better. Let's schedule for next DKC return stream. Yeah, we just took a break from that this week so we can have the whole Spookyfest stuff going on. But we're returning to it next week. So I was only just taking off the one. I missed a flame, really? So yeah, next DKCR stream should be, at least for me, I'm planning on doing it back on the upcoming Tuesday. Alright, let me feel how this launch works. So I'm holding down just ZL. Now I'm going to go to L. Oh, I get it. So you do the weak one, and then you press the ZL button for it. Alright, so that's a little weird. You have to start it, because just holding down L isn't enough. So I can see what you were talking about earlier, Kira. It is a little weird at first. I wouldn't really say it's too janky, but it is very unintuitive for a first-time player. It'll probably just take a couple attempts to learn how the actual mapping works. Alright, meet you there. I have enough time to actually do this room. I got the Mario hat at the very least. No, I don't have time. He's already here. I don't remember. Is there a Speedy in here? I don't think there is. To be fair, I have a second chance with the blackout, but I don't remember one being in here. There's no golden mice I can remember either. But I do know about the hidden room, and that has a Speedy Spirit later. Don't do this yet. Let me take care of the hidden room first, because if this boo goes back and forth, it'll be easier to get in here. Never can avoid those stupid bats. They always hit you the second you get in the room. Hate it. Burn. Doesn't seem to take up that much when I use this L for the actual fire energy. That's good to know. It's like half pressing in the L button on GameCube controller from what I'm feeling. Probably should have got the money first, because that always is going to despawn. Come here, Gumbo. Yeah, Mario Striker Beyond the end is so good because battling is horrible. I mean, yeah. I don't know if it's horrible per se, but it just feels empty. That's the biggest problem with it. It was very much trying to be this online-only focus kind of thing, which doesn't really work for a Mario sports game. I heard the player base like dropped off almost immediately with that one, which is pretty saddening. I tried playing it once with friends, and we literally couldn't connect to each other. So, outside of the beta period that they had, like a couple weeks before launch, that was my most positive time with the game, because I got to play it on retail, and it just didn't work. So that was great. Not a good first impression, honestly. Still want to go back and just try it online with friends at some point just to see if it's any better now on that code. But when it first launched, I swear it was horrible. I'm surprised I missed. Money. Open the money. Thank you. Basket? Basket. Basket. Just suck the clothes. No, I hate trying to check things in this room because it's so claustrophobic. I'm just gonna vacuum everything at this point because I can't grab the thing I wanted, which was the broom. And it's not even that, it's the dang bucket. Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised they did another tennis game before another sports, because we haven't seen, yeah, like, baseball in, at this point, close to 2 decades. And even we have a lot of sports that they feature in that Mario Sports mix they could have, like, tried again, maybe as a full retail thing, like basketball we haven't seen in many years. I would have loved to have seen a new basketball game. I love Mario Hoops 3-on-3 on DS. It's a fantastic game, but that was also made by Square Enix. Very different sports game by comparison. Oh, yeah. No Speedy Spirit yet. Doesn't come out until the blackout period. I'm trying to remember where the third one is. Is it? Oh, I think I remember now. It's in the generator room, so it's like the last place to check. Oh, yeah. I go there now, it's not going to be there, but it's there in the blackout for some reason. Oh, yeah. Then we get Mario Sports outside golf. For the most part, I'm kind of in the same boat. I've played some of the other ones, but I've mainly been attached to golf. I should play the underwater theme. What do you have in mind? Yeah, I don't know. I think you have to go to the bathroom because it's water. And that's it. Kind of wish there was more music quizzes for this one, because just one, kind of short and sweet. And she does play other songs, so it would have been nice to see them outside of repeat playthroughs. Oh, yeah. Violin? Oh, yeah. Oh no, it's the music sheet table? No, it's the harp. Come here, Boomio. I'll be your Bouliette. Which that is an actual ghost later, so I'm not even joking on that one. That's true, yeah, you could get the question wrong for a different song. That is something you can do if you just want to hear other themes. Ah, you know what, screw you. This room has a speedy. Let me get rid of this first for that reason. Other one. Gotcha. I have good memory. I played this game too much growing up. I still remember getting this game as a kid. It was like one of the 4 GameCube games I got when I first got the system. This was like in Christmas 2002. I got this game, Mario Sunshine, Mario Party 4, and NASCAR Thunder 2003. My dad was a real big NASCAR fan, so he got me a NASCAR game for it. Ooh! Come here, you! That's one of the rare spawns. But yeah, I remember playing a lot of this game back in the day, because this game, it was very, very replayable, because of how short it was, so I just kept on replaying it. I don't remember how to open that without getting hit. I think it's like from here. Now burn. Because I got that mouse, I don't mind killing you now. I'll take some water, thank you. That guy's still going crazy in her room, isn't he? I can hear him eating from here. This Game Boy whore has a really good mic, but dear God, I don't want to hear him eating. A loud eater. I get rid of the tablecloth. I just like getting rid of this thing to make the fight easier. And it's mainly just with these ghosts. So now I get rid of this. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Maybe it's like flan. I always love the sound these ghosts make, because they sound like a creature from Banjo-Kazooie. There we go. Now the waiters can't give me any more food. And I just take away his food. And now it's time for the hardest boss battle sequence you can imagine. This is going to be a riveting battle. Here we go. It's time to dodge his fireballs. I'm out. There you go. He's really determined to get me. Problem is, I got struck by lightning earlier, so I already died, so you can't kill what's already dead. Oh, he's all tuckered out. Would be a shame if someone took advantage of that. Oh, hang on, you got your energy back. Oh, he's all tuckered out again. This guy doesn't have that much energy. It'd be a shame if someone took advantage of that. I remember struggling on fighting this guy for a while as a kid, because I would actually be dodging his fireball attacks. And then I learned you could just go in the kitchen. So, easy boss fight. Because there's nothing to do. You can just chill next to the freezer. Pun intended, I guess. Your first GameCube games here were Luigi's Mansion, Smash Melee, Mario Party 4. At least ones you remember. Those are all great GameCube games to start with, too. I remember I didn't own Melee when I got my GameCube, but I rented it a lot as a kid to a point where I got it later. And I also had family members who owned it, so I always played it when they came over. Like, I had cousins that had the game. And they also had, like, Smash 64, so I got to play the Smash games thanks to them. Getting my workout in for those pumps, especially because of this controller. I might actually, after we get done with this area, swap over to the GameCube controller. Although, before I leave this area, I want to try getting the golden mouse spawn here. Because with save states, I can enter the room a little bit faster, but realistically speaking, I'm just going to go back and forth. That's just fast start, period. You literally just go around here and hope it spawns. That is the entire process. There's nothing else you can do. It's just a random chance. I'm gonna go back and forth in the hallway like maybe 5 times of that, because I gotta get some health anyways. You know, GameCube, your best friend had one with the games. That's how you got into it. That's a good way of also still getting into it too. Because that's how I remember experiencing, like, the PlayStation 1 back in the day. Because I didn't own it, but I had a family member that did. And then I also got to experience the PlayStation 2 in some fashion from some friends that had it too. So, years later, I was able to get in the systems proper myself. But I had some experience with that stuff. And it's always just a fun way of playing stuff. Just like at a friend or family member's house, if they have it. That's actually how I tried Metroid for the first time, because I didn't own the Game Boy games, but... Or the Game Boy Advance one specifically, but... I had a nephew that did. I played their copies. At least just to try it. Funny enough, my first actual Metro game I owned was the Metroid Prime Trilogy. So, you don't know which one it is first then. Is it 1, 2, or 3? The answer is yes. Since it was all in one package. I did play Prime 1 first. This is where Speedy Spirit is, but this is the Blackout one? No, it's now. Okay, I have a second chance during Blackout, that's the case. I don't remember this one that well. Just remember it's here. Good thing I got it. Because after Area 2, I think that's when the lights get turned on here, until the Blackout. If I remember correctly. It's been a while since I last played, as you can tell. So I'm trying to remember very specific beats. Ethan had a different library for GameCube. Double Dash was your first game. Done the Pokemon and then the Battalion War stuff. Good picks. I hear a lot of good things about the Battalion War game on GameCube. Godzilla Destroy All Monsters, only fighting game you have for a while. I mean, you make the most of what you got for that reason. Although you're big into the Godzilla stuff, so that's actually a good one to have. Nothing. Alright. I'm gonna get this, like, probably 2 more walkthroughs, and then I'm gonna just actually clear Area 2. Because the odds of this golden mouse spawning is very low. Just like you heard in the kitchen, it could just happen. You just have to hit a certain loading trigger, and it's just going down this hall. That's it. That's all I can do. It's like a 10% chance. Alright, I'm just gonna go. You had your chance. I think that's only just coins, dollars, and maybe a gold brick. It's not one of the gem ones. You don't want to miss the gem ones. Speaking of things you don't miss, the first of many trips here to water the seed. That's part 1. Part 2 is right after this. I need to water that again so that I can get a flower grown. Down, Fido, bad boy, bad boy. He's not like Polterpup. That's more like Puggerpup. Oh god, that actually works. Hit the bone. Good boy. Now get in the vacuum. I haven't missed a single gold portrait yet on these main ghosts. The boss ones are the only one I'm not guaranteeing that on, because if I take too much damage, GG's. If I go into the fight with too much damage done, GG's. And while I'm waiting, give me some money. Who losses, I do agree. That's one of the more annoying ones to get the gold portrait on, especially if you're playing on PAL Hidden Mansion. Just because of how different the fight is in that version. It's just a hard fight in general because of how random it feels like to get Who losses to move around on the courtyard and then actually get the damage in. Oh god, this is too close. No, that's good enough. Okay, I thought I was going to instantly trigger the boss battle because I was very close to that grave. One of these has a 50. That's not it. There it is. No, I didn't check, so why not? It has nothing of importance, though. This fight's pretty easy. Surprisingly enough, this is not that different on the PAL version. It's a little bit of a harder fight, but in terms of like the core concept, you still have to get a shadow of those ghosts to do the attack. It's just I think there's more of them on the field. There's like more different color ones, so it's like faster and slower. Really? Depth perception in this fight's the actual problem I have with it. Because there are plenty of times I just miss with the shadow. I have to go for the biggest one just so I can have an easier time to hit. Come here, you. Dude, stop with the fake outs. Are you... I was gonna say, you gotta show up today, or is it gonna be tomorrow? 2 HP? Really? You couldn't just give me the 2 HP? Come here, come on. So dumb. 2 HP, dude. That could have been done. Could have been a 2 cycle. But nah, you had to drag it up by 1 more. Sonic Adventure 2 being added makes sense. I would hope to see the Sonic Adventure games on here, yeah. Sonic Adventure DX and Battle 2 would be really, really nice. Mainly, honestly, I want to see the Sonic Advance games get put on the service at some point for the Game Boy Advance side. You can still get Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 on PC and Xbox. PlayStation version a little harder to get now, but you can still technically get it. So, there's still at least like some modern way of playing the Sonic Adventure games, but there's no modern way of playing Sonic Advance 1 through 3. I really don't know why they haven't been re-released in years. So, if Sega doesn't put it in some kind of collection, I just at least hope they put it on NSO, partner with Nintendo for that one. Put on GBA service, because those are a no-brainer in my head. Yeah, what Bogmire even supposed to be? Great question, yeah. Because, yeah, most of these ghosts are either humans, or you got, like, the dog here that we've seen earlier. Bogmire is just this gelatinous orb ghost. Alright. It's a little more foreign compared to the rest. Look at all those golds. How much money do I have? 26k. Oh, that's better than my high score of 55k, as you would imagine. Supposed to be the representation of the fear of the mansion. Maybe more of an abstract ghost. It could be that, yeah, that would make sense. That's the only thing I can think of, too. Because it's definitely not human. Or human-like. And it's not an animal, either. Alright, but before we go back into the mansion, I'm going to use this moment to take a little break for myself. So, I'm going to, I guess, get up and float around. I would normally stretch, but you can't really do that as a ghost anymore. So I guess I'm going to just float. But either way, I'm going to just take a quick little intermission here. When we come back, we'll jump back into this hidden mansion and clear out the rest, starting with Area 3. So, yeah, surprisingly, ghosts still need breaks. I think it's just something because I'm getting a little cramped here. Probably the fact that I have no legs. That doesn't help. So I gotta float around for a bit. So I'm gonna go do that, and then we'll come back, play more Luigi's Mansion. So stay tuned. Be back in just a few minutes. How do I get down? Hello? I'm still learning how to fly. Hang on. Oi! There needs to be a manual on this crap. Still getting used to it. Alright. Got to float around for a bit. I'm back. Let's go ahead and actually go into the Hidden Mansion. I was struggling because I really wanted to hook up the GameCube controller again, and unfortunately, I kind of got stuck on the ceiling for a minute. So, we're good now. Now I'm going to play with the GameCube controller for the rest of this. Now it's just like I'm at home. Including the weak suction on the vacuum. First things first, I need to go to the kitchen. Not used to the ghost body. Yeah, I mean, it's only been like 2 hours. So I'm still getting used to it. Money. You know the thing I'm very surprised about, though? I get why the headphones came with me after death, because I was wearing them when the lightning struck. How'd this come with me? More importantly, where's the half of the mic? It's like kind of here, not there. Like, I don't know what's going on with that whole situation. Isn't she beautiful? I'll be coming back in a little bit yet again. I'm gonna water some other plants real quick. Get me some more money. There's some plants here and there I can get. The big ones I'm thinking of are back in Area 1. And that's gonna bug me. Get rid of it. I want to see my mirror. I want to see that door I can't interact with for some reason. It's a shame they cut out the ability to actually go to EGAD's lab normally. You only go there for the training stuff, so... a little pointless. Give me that. I like me some Pokemon Emerald. Mario. Yeah, the jog is unmatched. I love the hands mainly when he's just swaying them around. Such an extra he doesn't have to do. It's a nice strut. That dollar should not be there. But I'll take it. And now we'll save that. Can I just say, though, this game, right when it came out, people did not wait to make very, very clickbaity articles about it. Y'all cowards say you can't learn how to play on inverted controls. And this is coming from a person who hasn't just swapped to non-inverted nowadays. I can't tell you how many headlines I said, I was reading that just flat out said, Luigi's Mansion's great, but the controls feel very weird because it's inverted. And it's like, that's the point! It came out in 2001! It's like, man, you guys really don't understand how controls worked in a game from 2 decades ago. Of course you can't uninvert it. It's literally a GameCube game. I laughed when I was reading all these articles, like, guys, you're missing the point. That's a lot of gaming journalism nowadays. It's literally just clickbait crap. That's why I get the headlines and I immediately just go right past it. Like, alright, you gave me a chuckle just from the headline piece. But the rest, yeah, I'm not clicking that. Because that just seems like a waste of my time. And does it get really bad reception when it came out? I mean, I think general consensus, it reviewed fine. I think critics said they didn't like how short it was. And fans were disappointed that it wasn't a Mario game at launch and it was something completely different. So reception was a little weird for it. I wouldn't say it was panned, but it was a little disappointing. But it wasn't that bad once Mario Sunshine came out. I think after that first year, opinions just completely 180'd. Just because they actually had the Mario game they were wanting for launch. I'll say, I played this before Sunshine. And not too long after I booted the game, because I didn't beat this before I started to play Mario Sunshine, but I did play that almost immediately after. And it wasn't, like, the worst thing going back and forth between the games. I don't see the hate that Luigi's Mansion got when it first came out, because I think it's a solid game. But I think it's just, again, people were very critical at the time just because it was something new, and people weren't expecting it. They want something more traditional, which is not the first time we've heard this. That happens a lot with certain console launches, like Mario Kart World is being criticized for a Switch 2 launch because it's not something that we've really seen before. And that just doesn't really make so much sense. The game has problems, you can criticize that, but for it to exist is the weird criticism. I just never understand. Oh, I missed. I don't know how I missed. And yet I got him. Okay. I'm on fire as I got the guy in my vacuum. Alright, what's going on over here? Why do I feel a sudden sense of deja vu looking through this head? Like I've been here earlier or something. I swear, that mosaic effect just... I don't know, something about it doesn't look right. I wonder something. Hang on, let me get close to it. Well, I guess let me take care of this first. I'm not gonna be dealing with the laughing ghost as I'm trying to pull up a VOD. I just want to see, is that effect actually supposed to be like that, or is that something weird about this version? Because I could just fact check that really quick by looking back at another video. Pretty easy to do that. Let me see. Here it is. There we go. Load that. Fortunately, it's a stretch video because I was a stupid kid back in 2014 with this stuff. I'm looking at one of my original videos. No, it's kind of the same. The only real difference I'm seeing is some mosaic effect. Let me see if I can, like, show this. See if I go full. Again, I screwed up back in this era, so excuse the idiot over here. Not understanding how things worked in this era. I can fix it. Where is it? Scaling aspect, there you go. And I take that to a 4:3. And it doesn't really change anything because I have a crop. That's about right. Hang on. There, I'll fix it. Just temporary. So, yeah, the mosaic effect, even if I hit the play button on this, it just looks a little cleaner on GameCube compared to this version, which it doesn't look bad. But I think it's just the higher resolution. You can see the more blocky artifacting from the painting. I knew there was something off about this, and it's just the resolution. That's all it is. Because other than that, yeah, no, it's fine. So I'm going to put that back to how it was, and yeah, get rid of it. Misinformation Mario Kart World being 90. I think it's just because certain regions had the game digitally at $80 and then physically at 90, so that's where the misinformation was coming from. People were getting some conversions wrong and not knowing exactly what it was supposed to really cost until it actually got a real price over here in the West, because people were just assuming at that point, which didn't help. But yeah, I think most of the people complaining about Mario Kart World are more harsh critics complaining for its price tag. And I do agree $80 is too much for the game, personally. I got it for $50 because I do have it in the bundle. And at the same time, it's like, it's a great game for $50, not a great game at $80. It's okay at $80. By the way, this took me many years, over 10 years to learn. That's a key. Didn't know that until I watched like a Let's Play, I think in 2012. Most useful key in the game, and it's hidden behind that. A random treadmill. Ow. Punch him. Yeah, we've talked about the problems with World, at least I have many times on these streams already before. I like the game, I just don't think it's worth its full asking price, and it does have a lot of issues, but still a mechanically sound game. So it's still a fun time, but man, have I seen a massive drop-off in players. Just compared to a lot of other Mario Karts, I feels like this is one of the faster drop-offs I've seen in recent years. It's hard to get full lobbies for Worldwides after that first month. People just kind of moved on. Which is fair because of how they screwed it up. People just don't agree with its setup. So they'd rather just play a lounge system, like just playing with like a friend lobby or something. Which for the most part is how I've been playing it now, just playing with friends online, or just playing on that Mario Kart World Discord. And even then, I mainly just been playing Sonic Racing, because I just kind of prefer that. My own personal take. This is why we got that key. Because now I can just follow the boo, instead of do a lap around the outside. I know where it went. There he is. There you go. Pumping works differently here because you have to click the buttons faster on the Switch controller. It's like click, 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 because they're not analog. But here it's click, 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 click. A little slower on the original controller, so it's easier to do it on this one for me. You want the complete experience, $100? I mean, close, it's $90 if you want the season pass. Honestly, it's fun to have the game with all the content, but you really don't need the season pass. You get a lot of characters for free in the game right now, with just Sega updating it normally, because you're getting a lot of different Sega characters. They've already confirmed 3. 2 of them are already out. So, the DLC you can probably wait on until there's more characters out for it, I would say. As of right now, probably not worth the full $90, but I do think it is still worth people's time. And it's probably going to be on sale within the next couple weeks if I had to bet, because of, you know, sale season being right around the corner. Where'd he go? There he is. This one's important to get because it has a diamond. I don't want to miss this mice. That mouse. There's not multiple. Although there's another one coming up. And that's why I got rid of the one ghost and not the second. Eh. You know what? Try for the boo. I don't know what it's in, though. Chair? Chair. Boo Jangles, come here. Take a world break once the Air Riders come out. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that'd be yet another kart racer this year, which I hope is the final one, because holy crap, we've gotten so many this year. And then Garfield Kart 2. That's in a class of its own because nobody cares about it. It makes sense. It's kind of shovelware. I'm looking forward to Air Riders myself. We got the demo that actually starts next week. So I'm going to be trying it out during that open network test period. I'm really excited to see what they've done with it. I haven't been watching any of the directs, so pretty much everything about the game, I'm going to be essentially going into as blind as possible. I just know it's a much bigger scope compared to the old one, to a point where they put the old one in the new one, by bringing back some courses and such. So I know at least, like, some stuff, but not much. Actually, didn't want the fire. Whatever. I want the water first. That's not water. I hate how I grabbed the toilet paper before the water droplets. Try it again. Where the water out? Oh, it did get absorbed. Okay, I was like, did it get in my vacuum or not? Because that was almost the exact same time I got hit that I got in my vacuum. See ya. I love this poster. Monsters. But if I try to grab it... Get out of here. Which is way easier to see now, because I never knew what that says as a kid, because that was super blurry. You couldn't read that thing at all. I'm getting out of here, because I just don't want to risk 30 HP, so I'm going to go back and get some hearts. Yeah, first demo's midnight. I'm not playing that one, probably, because that's going to be too late. But probably the one that's like mid-afternoon or later at night, I'll check out. Aiming for that door. Yes, gliding on a big amiibo collector. Yeah, same. I am not sure why they're so expensive at this point. I really don't understand it. I know they're bigger than the rest. I've heard a lot of people say because of their size and the more complex nature of how the figures swap pieces, that's why they're going to be more expensive. But we've seen that before with other amiibo, and we've also seen the same idea of swapping pieces to get new effects. So it's not just that. It's just... we're in a different landscape for these figures at this point, and it just... at this point, a lot of people are getting priced out of amiibo. And it's gonna be interesting to see what happens with sales in the next couple months to a year or so for these figures. Since the ones that launched in June immediately went on discount only a few months afterwards. And a pretty big one at that. It's like close to 50%, if not over 50%. A lot of those figures that just came out, $30 to $40 figures being down to like 15 bucks. So that's not good. They're not selling well here. So that's the thing I'm more curious about going forward. Because I'm not getting them myself. Unless they're on discount or something, I'm probably not getting the Kirby amiibo, because as much as I like what they are in function, how they look, they are way too rich for my blood. Nice! I got her down to past 90, so that's a gold portrait. It doesn't matter if you're off of 1 HP. That feels like an insult. No, 0 HP. That's even worse. That still counts as gold, so I'm fine. Basically making like figures, but with gameplay connections. In a sense, I guess so. And even then, the gameplay thing is pretty minimal for most of these amiibo. Like, I'm pretty much sworn off of them because of that Bonanza amiibo. I hate that thing. I love how it looks, but its use is horrible, man. And I hate how deep it is in that game. To be fair, I hate most of the things about how they handled the paid content with Bonanza, because they put everything behind this super deep paywall. with gameplay. It's just completely confusing. I just beat Donkey Kong Bonanza this past week. Like, earlier in the week, like Monday. So, I can now actually access the downloadable content. It's that stupid that I had to beat an entire game, which took over 20 hours, because it's taking my time. And it took that long just to access the thing I bought ahead of time. And Amiibo had the same problem, because you had to wait until like halfway through the game to even scan it to get the real reward. And you can get in the game without it, it's just an early unlock. But still, the fact that it took that long to even get to that unlock was weird. And the DLC was just a sloppy mess, too. It's interesting, it's not worth 20 bucks, in my opinion. It feels pretty barren. Outside of that Emma Rush mode, the DK Island is very bare bones. Even more so if you actually got to the halfway point of the game for the sneak peek, which I don't know why they did that. They need to have instructions on the eShop page for how you actually access the Bonanza DLC. Because the biggest question I've seen online people ask is, how do I access the DLC? That should not be a question you ask for a thing you have to pay money for. That's pretty bad. And don't even get me started on like that Bonanza NBC puzzle thing. Like, oh dear God, that's a whole mess of itself. I might one day stream all of Bonanza and do like 100% run or something, so maybe we'll see it in the future on a stream or something. But yeah, man, I really don't like how that paid content went. Between the Amiibo, the DLC, I think it was just handled very poorly. And that DLC really did feel like an afterthought. I think DK Island was even supposed to be a part of the main game, but then it just got scrapped last second. And based on how bare bones it feels in the DLC, I can see that being a reason why. It's probably held back. Hey, Limbooger. And he's through the wall. Oh, okay. I couldn't get any good pumps. He was in a bad spot. Can I force him to go back? Come on. Where did I don't know if it went in here. I think it did. That ghost is just off limits then. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore it. Get later. It's hidden now. Yo, we got one. Let's go. Come here, you. That's an important one to get because that's a sapphire. I'm shocked I got that luck. Okay, so I'm immediately gonna go find a toad and save. And while we're at it, I'll reset the game to try that. Oh, boo again. Galaxy Amiibo, terrible. You know, worst reward for an Amiibo has to go to those Galaxy ones because a 1-up mushroom and a life shroom for $40 a piece. What? Yeah, they look cool, but I don't think anyone's gonna buy those things if it's literally just gonna be for a collectible you can get in the game in spades. I mean, heck, they give you extra lives like candy in the Galaxy games because with how the Wii system worked, you just get them in the mail. So, again, why? Why is that one of the uses for the Amiibo? They had the Rosalina story stuff sitting right in front of them as an early unlock. They could have gave you that for the Amiibo. Nah, we'll just make it a 1-up shroom. No, I'm not buying those things then. They're worthless. I like my standard Mario, my standard Rosalina. I don't need another set. Especially if they're going to cost me as much as the actual games. You might get the Splatoon 3 DLC and Legends of the EA stuff. Yeah, I would say Splatoon 3 DLC is mostly worth it. I have to say it that way because it has the same problem as Bonanza to me. The Splatoon 1 hub isn't really anything special, so that's not really worth anything, but the side order single-player stuff is most definitely worth your time. That is a great mode. I just wish you can get that separate, because most people, honestly, should probably just bother with that content for the DLC, which, if you can just buy that separately, I would just recommend people buy it for like $10, because that's all it probably cost. But this is why I was bundled together with something useless. That way it's the only way they sell you, that Splatoon hub. And I'm in the same boat too, Ethan. I want to get the ZA DLC, but I'm waiting for more of that to be out before I even buy it, because it's pretty expensive. $30, and it's not even actually out yet. It's a pre-order. What, you get like some costume or something now if you get it? So it's pretty bare bones at most. So I'm good. The game already is a pretty big ask. So I don't need to get... Okay, he's in a lit room. I can deal with that later. I don't need to get the DLC now if it's just going to be a thing that I wait a couple months for. I'll wait a couple months to get it once it's fully out too. Alright, well, let's go in the next room. Oh, that's weird. I wasn't really feeling that energy, I guess. Let me say it, you know, more enthusiastic. Let's go to the next room! Oh, okay, well, I see how it is. Fine, I'll say it depressed. Let's go to the next room, I guess. Alright, fine, I'll do the puzzle. I just like going through that door multiple times, because that's the only time you hear that sound effect. You know, I agree with a lot of the talk with Splatoon Raiders. Yeah, I hope we see something soon, but I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo just randomly shows that, because that's how they announced it. And they, for whatever reason, did the same today, apparently, with an Animal Crossing update for that Switch game. New Horizons is getting a Switch 2 edition in January, and they just randomly just announced it on social media, and like their Nintendo Today stuff. What? Oh, okay. Neat, but that felt extremely random to just announce on a Thursday. It's just what they do now. It's either they have these very big, elaborate Nintendo Directs to announce their stuff, or they just announce something at random. And that seems to be a thing they're doing more and more now. Which I'm not really as big of a fan of, just because there's like no hype with these announcements, and you even forget they're a thing after like a month, 2 months tops. Like, Raiders had so much hype on its announcement. And all that hype immediately died as soon as the announcement has passed, like, for a few weeks, because it just became forgotten about from both fans and even the company. So that's why I don't really like these random, it's a Tuesday, here, have a big game announcement news kind of things. Because it just kind of feels like it's an afterthought, at least to me. Get in here. That's how you do the pumping. Stop making no sound effects at me. I don't like it, man. It makes me unsettled. I was like, what are you, a duck? Yeah, Matt, you got out of the Amiibo game just in time, because now Amiibo are getting very disgusting on price with very little reward. So it's, nah, man, they're not worth it. They really are not for the most part. Ooh, that graphic effect was weird. The floor didn't look like it rendered correctly during that transition. That's a little bit of an emulation bug. Alright, can I get this first try? Yeah, let's go. Shoot the moon. Don't worry, for the rest of time, you're gonna see it on the other side. So, the moon will be intact. Just don't look at the other piece. That's how it works in Sonic, after all. Which I can't believe that's a canon explanation. You just always see it from the side that's not blown up. So you tell me the planet never rotates? Like ever? Or the moon never moves around in its cycle? It's just always going to be in one place forever? Okay. Alright, so I got 3 of Mario's items. I need 2 more. Sonic's World's death's door, how many moons? Yeah. But the moon thing in Sonic is like, I don't know how that world still survives because of that point. All your tides are screwed up? Well, I guess it's fine. The world hasn't flooded yet. I mean, it's flooded once because of that whole perfect chaos situation, but I guess that's just a one-time thing. Looks too ordinary. Don't worry about it, Luigi. Now scan the mirror. Then they announced Paper Mario, Origami King, Hyrule Warrior, Age of Calamity. I don't remember that with Origami, but I do remember that with Age. You're right. To be fair, Origami's announcement, I think I just missed, so that's probably why I don't remember it. Let me get the poo first. Yeah, I feel like when we just announce things like this at random, it just kind of feels like there's no hype behind it. I mean, I guess you can't ask much for certain things, like a Switch 2 edition. That's just, I guess for the most part, a graphical upgrade. So, like, I guess you can't really expect a full Nintendo Direct just for that. So, that's why they do what they do. But then there's other things they've done, like with the whole Splatoon Raiders announcement. They could have waited on that. They announced it in the way they did because of the Splatoon 10-year anniversary, but it was handled so poorly. That whole 10-year anniversary was handled pretty poorly, honestly. Kind of just felt a little disrespectful to the fans. Like, they celebrated it like a week after. It's like, great, guys. Yeah, you kind of missed the day. Just because you wanted to wait for the Switch 2, that's why. Not excited for Imprisonment, and then we have another one saying I am excited for Imprisonment, so I guess it's split. At least in this community. I mean, I'm excited for it too. I'm probably going to wait on it because a lot of stuff has come out between this month and then the beginning of November. My eyes are more set on Kirby Air Riders right now, so I'm probably just going to hold off for Imprisonment for now because I'm not going to get to it for a while. And something tells me they're going to release DLC later, so probably jump into it once we see a DLC pack, because if anything's to go by the past couple Warriors games, that will happen. Alright, hey, let's wait, can we let's play? I thought those were dead. No one does those anymore. Except, apparently a lot of people do. So there's a lot of nobodies out there, apparently. Hello, I'm a nobody. Alright, let's cheat. And we win. I don't think they have different dialogue for if you guess correctly on that. I can't remember. Alright, leave the one on the car because he's the primary. I want to get the one on the plane first because he doesn't... Oh no, the one in the plane does count. Never mind. I thought it was the one in the car. I want that gold painting. And because I forgot it... That's the mansion. That's the hard mode. We play easy mode in this house. Yes, Markiplier's 2 million views, nothing special. I mean, they apparently all disappeared. According to game theory, Let's Plays died years ago. And that's it. Like, no, they're dead. Doesn't count. Why'd they even bother with that? Man, they started so much controversy by releasing one video about a subject they had no real grounds to talk about. Talk about video game stuff and just random theories, not YouTube algorithm stuff, because nobody cared. Everybody in the comments was either talking about Markiplier or Chucky Conroy, stuff like that. So it's like, guys, you really just gotta shot yourself in the foot. And even a lot of Let's Players are going in the comments just voicing their 2 cents on it. Saying that they're still around, still doing the stuff until they can't anymore. Which doesn't look like that stops anytime soon. Same boat. I kind of plan on making video stuff until I can't, essentially. Or I feel done myself. Yeah, budgeting 1 game a month is pretty much what I've done for the past couple years myself. And even then, it kind of depends too. Because now games are more expensive, so I felt like I'm even like cutting down on the one a month. It has to really depend on the title if I get it on launch now. Because $70 to $80 games are getting really hard to justify. 70 is already hard enough. I hate 80. I can't do 80. Like, I'm so glad that during the Switch 2's launch, I was able to get a little extra income in from some of my video stuff. That helped cover a lot of the Switch 2 launch things, and that's good because it goes right back into the dang video stuff for it. Because Mario Party is one of the only things I really wasn't wanting to pay full price, but I was able to kind of get it for a little bit cheaper, thankfully. Because Mario Party at $80, that's not worth it, man. Oh my god, I hate that. I hate that price tag for a party game. Almost had him. I held off on one more vacuum pump because he was so weak, I didn't think I would need another. Apparently I need another. Hey, here's some more information. Water plants. Thanks. Real big tip. Hearing about the video, you're irritating. I didn't watch it myself either. I went into the comments just to see what people were saying because of how weird that video was for what they did, because that was trending on like a lot of different social media platforms because of how random that felt. And a lot of people didn't agree with the overall sentiments. I just wanted to see what the consensus was. As someone who's been making videos for years, I've seen the decline on viewership on not even just YouTube, but even Twitch, and I know a lot of the reasons why that stuff happens. So when they're saying certain points, it doesn't make as much sense. And I've heard some of the points they're making, like it was the YouTube algorithm, or it was just styles changing and a lot of people just moving into streaming only. It's like that. There's more than just that has affected gaming channels as a whole on YouTube. It has also been just the landscape of things changing, people's attention spans getting smaller. And then also, oh yeah, that's right, I got the last Mario thing. I got ahead of myself. People's attention spans getting smaller with the rise of short form content. So people want the shorter things or fast-paced action in videos, like a lot of jump cuts or funny gags, stuff like that. Though it's also just a different landscape than what it was like 10 years ago too. And I've seen what videos work and what don't in my style, so I can easily tell what people are looking for nowadays, and a lot of it is more or less just a lot of fancier edit stuff, a lot more jump cuts, shorts in general just do really well. So it's a lot of different things you kind of expect, because a lot of that lines up what people say. That is a wall, Luigi. There it is. I remember it was in this table somewhere. Also, do people want something unique from the person making the video? Yeah, it's that unique style a lot of people do look for too. That's another big one. I mean, I try my best to have a unique style for my videos outside of it just being essentially a walkthrough. Over the years, I've added more humor and my own personality to it. And I think that's worked out pretty well because I've noticed a lot more comments and just likes and just viewership as a whole compared to my earlier works when I was just more about the walkthrough style. And that's not even to say I don't do that. Obviously, I still do. But you do also adapt yourself with the times while still keeping your personality intact. What is his HP? Can I still get the brick pearl? As long as it didn't drop? I think I'm fine. I've never had that happen with the billiards ghost before. He whacked me in the ankle. Okay, I got 1 HP. I can probably still do this. I need to get 90 HP consecutively, so as long as I get that, that's a gold painting. And yeah, there's a gold pour, so I got the gold. Okay, that was really weird, but it still worked out. Try that again. Man, you can see the seams on this mirror too. Wow, that's weird. It's the higher resolution, because I noticed this if I play like a GameCube game off of Dolphin, and then jack up the internal resolution. This same stuff happens on Dolphin as well. So it's just the resolution being higher. You're not supposed to see those in 480p. Got him. Yeah, gem jingle I do miss in later games too. Just the jingles in this game alone, when you get items, you don't really have that same fanfare in later ones, so some of that personality is gone. There we go. Hello? Showtime. I mean, I'm glad people like, you know, the kind of style of videos I put out nowadays with some of the changes I made over the years, but I still keep like the core DNA at heart with essentially all my stuff still being a walkthrough you can use. I've had some jokes I've legitimately thought were kind of too much and I've never put in a video. I've shared some of those before with like behind the scenes videos or maybe a short. But for the most part now, it's... I mean, I kind of compare my style like some other Let's Players that have been out there for a couple years. Like mainly like with Chuck Conroy's a been one. Just being more of a mix between information but still injecting your own personality. And also in a sense some other channels too. Like the more laid-back style of like the LPR League is very similar like Super Gaming Brothers or Runaway Guys. Or like a lot of like collab gaming channels in general. Those are the big ones I know like my fan base has been following. Those are the easier ones to use for comparisons. And I swear, my streams have some Proton John energy. Let's just say that with half the glitches and jank we get from these things. I want to play Luigi's Mansion Arcade? Yeah, I forgot that was a thing too, jeez. I've never seen it in person. I've never got to play it myself. Hey, it's shampoo. I'll get cleaned. A very stretched out get out of here, dear God. And I remember when I stretched the gameplay footage of this back in 2014. This was ultra wide, boo. So ultra stretched. It's disgusting. Dear God, man. If there's anything, I don't mind if people download my older videos to watch. If you're going to put in VLC, the aspect correct. Please do that. I will approve of that practice. Because I can't go back to my old stuff without aspect correction. There was a extension for that on YouTube, but with the newer like Google extension API stuff they pushed out like this past year or so, yeah, that no longer works. That extension got broken, sadly. I was using an extension for years of aspect correct videos. Now it just doesn't work. Not miss much bad. I thought I remember hearing that, yeah. It looked interesting, very unique, so it was definitely probably a game you want to try for that experience, but that's about it. In a sense, kind of like in the same way with that Mario arcade style Mario Kart. That like used your likeness, like took a picture right beforehand just so you could drive, made by Bandai Namco. Which I think is a third Mario Kart arcade game, because there was 2 others that were based off the GameCube. I played the Mario GP ones, because you could just download those and play them on an actual GameCube. Yeah, the freakouts, the cause of glitches and such. Yeah, that's why I compare my stuff sometimes to Proton John stuff, because I swear I have a very similar energy to Claire, with half the crap I deal with in games. Sometimes intentional, sometimes not. Alright, what was this, number 4? I was losing count. I mean, I'm not reading the stuff. I played this game many times, streamed a couple times. Hey, here's the items. Oh, look at the sneak peek. I see Mario. Oh, it's a star. That means there's Mario energy. Oh, this one has a boo. Oh my god, it's Bowser. Like that. These are kind of throwaway lines, but it is hinting towards like the ending. That's it. Tonight I mainly just wanted to play and not focusing on the story, as you can tell. Although my fingers are getting a little tired. I'm surprised I get tired because I don't have a human body anymore. This is just kind of a floating existence? I don't even know what to describe this as. This is also one of the easiest ghosts in the game, too, to get gold on. She doesn't really fight you back. She actually wants to be put back into her painting, so she lets Luigi, for lack of better terms, she lets Luigi suck her up in the vacuum. You gotta finish that sentence with vacuum, otherwise you're put on a list. Alright, that gets me to the top of Area 3. Alright, where is the Boo now? There we go. Oh, wait, it actually was the real one. Hey, it's Boogie. Yeah, not used to the Claire thing. I mean, that's what I keep on hearing Proton John referred to as now, even by themselves, so I'm just getting more used to it. As someone who's had friends that, you know, has gone through that transition before too, it's like, I'm just glad to see that, you know, it's been, for the most part, positively received, and they're a happier person now because of it. It's just, yeah, it's still weird to get used to. Alright, where is cheese? There it is. I remember those cheese being like in the corner. That didn't count? I don't know what the heck he scans. What's this? I guess the box? No, he's getting the chair. Okay, well, I'm gonna just stand over here now. Like, that didn't count? I'd be even more confused. There we go. Now, I remember this room being a little stupid on one of the ghost spawns, so remembering you need ice for this is really crucial. There's a big card. I actually didn't want that now, but that's fine. Yeah, because they spawn in water ghosts that are weak to ice, which kind of suck. Because if you don't anticipate it, yeah, you're leaving just to get some ice. And get out of here. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that again. Now I'm just gonna absorb you. Get out of here. Oh yeah, no, I completely get that, Ethan. Yeah, you're mainly used to the one name for many years. I mean, that's why they're keeping the Proton John name for now, too. It is still very recognizable. But also, I do believe Claire's workshopping a new name, and who knows, might see it next year. I just wonder if they're ever gonna get back to doing the YouTube stuff, like, on their solo side. It's like there's also talks of finishing up those current series, like Superman 64, the thing that's been going on for over 10 years, but, and also like Super Metroid and Jet Set Radio Future. To have that chapter complete. But who knows when that'll happen either. Alright, give me this. That's the key I need for the final part of Area 3. Chair? Chair. These boos right now are really why I'm glad I'm just playing this version and not the PAL version. Because these things would have like 300 HP by now. They are terrible to fight. That's the one part I hate about the PAL Hidden Mansion, is these stupid boos. They took speed because those things are way too fast, I swear. They got those illegal drugs in their system. And then the problem also with their HP being so high, you really get to go back and forth way too much. I swear, even if you know how to do vacuum pumping, you're still going back and forth with the later boos, probably at least 5 to 6 different times, on minimum. It's terrible. Like, they're not that bad in Hidden Mansion here because of our vacuum strength. I think it's like, what, 1.5 times strong now? It's not double, but it's a little more than, like, base. But, yeah, don't even get me started about PAL Hidden Mansion boos. They are terrible. Oh no. I'm not gonna go into boo losses like this. I'm gonna get some health before I do the fight, but I'm also gonna get the gems first. That's why we got the water. I want to get this part out of the way first, because I never remember to do this after the fight. I always like doing it before to get out of the way. Man, there's so many things to water out here. This area is also super dark, too, on PAL. Like, I get the idea of darkening the game up a little bit for that version, for the difficulty, but it's a little too dark, honestly. Because back then, you played it on a CRT television, which the brightness on those weren't that great. Oh, here's the false diamond. That's like $10. I think it's worthless. Area 3 is probably your favorite. Yeah, I could agree. I really like Area 3 stuff. It's a good balance between its length, difficulty, and I do like going back and forth between Areas 1 and 2 for this. I think it's okay, but going back and forth starting with Area 4 is just a little aggressive. But I think they handle it better here. Oh, hey, we're seeing the good part of the moon, not the blown up part. It is like Sonic. Did I get the other plant? I think I did. Yeah, I counted. Okay. This is the last one. And there's the boo circle. Don't get close to it. You can go this direction back. You just don't want to go in the center. That's like 10 boos. Alright, let me go save and get some health. That mirror is going to be really important here in the next 10 minutes. Maybe 15. Alright, let's go save the Toad. And then we're gonna go fight Boolossus. It's so nice this game just translates 1-to-1 using a GameCube adapter. I'm shocked that the Switch 2 just works with this GameCube adapter for GameCube games, like it does with like Smash Ultimate. Because honestly, I was thinking it was just gonna be in our Pro Controller. Because that's how it works with Nintendo 64. I like using GameCube controller for N64 stuff, but unfortunately, the mappings are all wrong if you just plug this in directly with a Pro Controller and you can't remap buttons. So for the longest time, I never liked to use this with N64 stuff unless you use a third-party adapter and then remap things from there. But now you can just do it in the software. I just don't know how to do that with GameCube adapter because you can't, you know, quit the game with GameCube controller because you don't have the right button. So I'd still just rather use my third-party adapter for that. Speaking of that, I think this is probably the best boss fight in the game to swap back to using a actual Pro Controller because of how the different triggers work. In actual GameCube, I would just press down the L all the way to do the ice shot, but here, remember, it's I hold one button and then press the other. So in this case, I hold L and then press ZL for the shot. This is the boss fight I want to try this with. Then I'll go back to GameCube. Because the rest of this game doesn't matter now for that gimmick. Hello, Blue Osses. Let's do this. The transparency. Oh my god. What happened to Blue Osses transparency? It's messed up. I need to take a clip for it for a second and actually just show what I'm talking about. Because it's a little harder to see in motion. But you can see it when you pause. Yeah, that's not how the transparency's supposed to work. You can literally see the individual seams. Okay, that might be fixed in an update, because the layering here isn't one-to-one how it should be. But this is a pretty easy thing to fix. It just, I don't know what exactly happened here. But some layering issue happened with the transparency effect. That's something that probably have to be updated. Got him. That's why I wanted to use this controller instead. I wanted to do the shootout like that. It's kind of harder to do that, I feel like, with an analog trigger. Because it just, I don't know, sometimes it doesn't come out for me. Is there only 4 pieces? Alright, this won't be that bad. Now it's just at a point where I gotta wait for one of these things to get close enough. Even the ice effect, that doesn't look right. I'm gonna freeze this one. Yeah, there we go. Well, that's unfortunate, because I was going to immediately want to suck that thing up. I'll look at it here in a minute. Got the clip for a reason. Ooh, is that still a gold? I don't think it is. I think that might just put me down to silver. Okay, cool. Thank you. Let me look that up. I can't remember. I can't remember if it was 90 or 80 was the cutoff. 90 HP in one round, so that's a silver. Man, all golds and the one silver is gonna be so weird now. You're gonna mess me up. Alright, is he calling me? Let me look at that actual effect. No, that's about right. Transparency still looks a little weird on the ghost, but it's not as off as the main Boolos's body was. That was just very jarring by comparison. That just looked a little bit more icy than normal, if that makes sense. Like almost like the ice spirit and not a boo. Yeah, not as bad as Tree Trunk Galaxy and Switch 2. I've heard the horror stories on that one with some transparency issues. I don't know if that's fixed yet, though, from what I understand. I think that's still busted, which that's unfortunate. It's kind of why I've been holding off on the Galaxy 1 and 2 Switch Remaster right now, because it doesn't sound like it was really ready for release, at least for Galaxy 2. It sounds like that had a lot of graphical issues. And it sucks, it's only on Switch 2. That's the one I actually want to play it on. Yep, just got a silver. Man. That doesn't do anything, it's just bragging rights. Getting all golds run is kind of annoying in this game, so I'm fine with one silver. Now the pressure's off. It's just very jarring. Now it's the only one in the group. Oh, the false diamond was 5,000 G. Ah, I thought it was like 10 bucks. My bad. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. This is the part of the game that sucks. I hate this part so much. But first things first. We gotta get the most important thing done. Every new area, remember to do this. It's a routine thing for a reason. But we must go water the plant. It is the last time you gotta water it. You only do it 3 times. Once in Area 2, once in Area 3. You get your reward here in Area 4. 1 of 2 gold diamonds. Which is extremely important because you do need these for the max rank, so give me. That is permanently missable if we didn't do the sequence of watering this plant correctly. So remember the plant. I mean, I do agree on that one. It does look cool with silver frame. I do kind of prefer the silver frame for some ghosts, like with Boolos's. It's just for the bragging rights for getting the rankings, but sometimes you may want to fail on purpose to get that silver. I don't like the bronze one as much, though. Bronze one's okay. Alright, before we do anything else, I want to go back and save with the toad, because that gold diamond I would have to get again if I didn't save. And we're about to come up to a point where I can't save for a bit anyways. This is where having the save states on the Switch, too, are going to be really helpful. So if you're a first-time player, this next section of the game we're coming into with the blackout, this is the perfect time to use save states. Always kind of bugged me at this point in the game that I got all the boos that I can actually get right now. And it caps at 39. It just kind of feels weird that I'm 1 off from 40. Because Area 4 has 11 boos. Not 10. And I feel like it kind of would have been better if it was around 10. Hey, it's that crouching animation I saw during the beta. It's the only time they use it, and it's in a cutscene. And even then, not the exact same, because he's in the fetal position. Oh, hang on, someone's calling. Oh, the graphic effect that everyone always points out. It looks like Luigi's essentially hanging himself. It's still kind of a thing in this version. I guess I'm not too surprised. Can't change the core lighting. It's just the flash effect when the shadow hits. I know it was going to happen again. But you might see it the next time the game strikes with lightning. It's what people always theorize. Is that Luigi hanging himself? Like, no, it's just how the light strikes the room. It's just kind of off-putting. You really just notice it with this camera angle, and that's about it. Alright, cool, thanks. I don't remember, though, where all the sweetie spirits are for this. I can't remember if there's 2 or 3, because I think of 2 off the top of my head, and that's it. I'm trying to think of where the third one could be. I might just cheat and look that last one up, just because I'm in that one part of the game, I can't do it again. So I just might want to just fact check it. I'll look at the rooms on the map and try to figure it out, and then I'll just look it up. Did I open the doors? Okay, I did. Alright, this is the perfect time to do it, because now ghosts don't spawn. So I know... I go down a couple ticks. There's one in the room right off of the left there, the front foyer. That was the treasure room. That only spawns during the blackout. There is... one in the piano room. That didn't spawn before. Now it's actually on the bench in front of the piano. I don't know if there's any more than 2. Those are the only ones I'm thinking of. Wait, actually... no, isn't there ones in Chauncey's bedroom? I think it's that as well. Chauncey's bedroom. So now I get to look. Because I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but I think I might have set the 3 there in the blackout. Okay, well, I got the one in the breaker room. That was before breakout, the blackout, excuse me, so that was correct. So, apparently they moved around some of these on 3DS, what I'm seeing. Okay, so here we go. We got Chauncey's crib during the blackout. That's number 1. That was correct. Area 2's hidden room that had all the gold treasure chests down here next to the foyer. That was correct as well. And then Area 2, conservatory, piano bench. All right, I got them all. I remembered. Hey, it's a miracle. Thankfully, they're all in very easy to get to rooms. Everyone's favorite Nintendo creepypasta. Well, I mean, to be fair, I think the most infamous one is the Ben Drown thing. That's the most famous one I can think of. It's just how many times that story was shared over the years. In fact, that was an ongoing thing for, like, what, over a decade? I think it only, like, recently wrapped up in the past couple years. I'll take 3. Thank you. Into the vacuum you go. This one's pretty minor. But hey, money's money. Alright, now I'm gonna get the key for the breaker room, because that's on the beaten path. And after that, I get the other speedy spirits. It's the only part I don't really like about this game, during the blackout section. There are too many ghost spawns. So it's just a pace breaker. This part sucks on the first playthrough, because you don't know where to look for this specific ghost. It is hinted at a little bit with the EGAT comment, but a lot of players probably would just kind of miss the context of what EGAT's saying and not realize, go to the wardrobe room, and then there's just a new portrait ghost that just shows up. Because I definitely missed that as a kid. Because it's the only door in the entire area. Luigi, yes, you can glance in the mirror for hours, now warp with it. This is the only time in the game where they lock a door after a certain event instead of give you a key to unlock one. So you would already be used to going to like the basement area, get to the breaker room, but now the breaker room is just locked. Because that was my first thought playing this as a kid, go to the breaker room. But I couldn't get in because it locked. Excuse me, I'm trying to take a picture of the floor. Thank you. How did I only get the one? I guess the other two must have... No, they didn't. Never mind. I was going to say, did they disappear? And the answer is no. Okay, so I got the slammer. Okay, sure. Grab her, do your thing. Really? Look how claustrophobic this room is to fight these ghosts. Alright, now I can get the speedy. I think this one actually has something I want. Yeah, that's an emerald. You want that? Then I just get the piano room. Although I wish I had more health. Let me in the door! I'm right here! Higher health. Alright, don't get near that bench just yet. Nice slide? Oh, I've never seen that before. Alright, angle it up a bit. And give me. That's another important one, because that ruby, I want that. Actually, while I'm here, let me go to the courtyard. Because the only ghosts that should spawn are those same ones we're dealing with now. Because one of these, I think, has a big heart, if I remember correctly. Or was it watering? I don't think I can get that anymore from watering. One of these, I think, had a heart. I just want the heart. There it was just a statue. Not a big heart, but that's a decent sized one, so I can take the 20 HP. That is enough for me to survive now. Yeah, that statue does look like the pool ghost. It could have actually been modeled after him. Wouldn't be surprised. Ooh, let's go. That was the other golden mice spawn in the hallway. I didn't get that while I was here the first time, but now we got it. That's amazing. Oh, I'm weak. Do the Mario. I love the one. Do it again. I mean, that one I like. Oh, come on, he's not doing the other one. There we go. I just like that one. It's just the tone he has to start. Mario! It's just the terror in his voice. People develop this, make other games? I would imagine so. I don't know exactly what they worked on after this title. I have to look up the team that was responsible for the first Luigi's Mansion. Man! He's in a part I can't really get through that easily now. Oh, that's gonna suck. I know what to do for this. I hate this so much. Gotta be careful. One of these is a speedy spirit. I want the boo first. I think it was the barrel. Man, that's the wrong way. And you know what? Screw you. I'm going back to the foyer. Because I have a shortcut now. See what happens earlier when I was doing the out of bounds for this. Yeah, next level was the team that worked on Luigi's Mansion 2 and 3. So we know the proper development staff of those ones, but I don't exactly know the name of the team that worked on this one. Trying to see if we can find sources, because we have developer names, but not necessarily like a group. They might have like spun off into like other studios in the future, but right now they could have just been more independent inside of Nintendo development staff, what I'm reading. Cool. Okay, now I can go get that boo in the breaker room and the speedy spirit, because both I'll just reset for. Because now I can save again. It's a miracle. I'm gonna try to go for that boo first. Just because if I can get that boo now... Oh, that door looked a little glitchy. Again, a little bit of a weird transparent effect, but I think that even happens on actual GameCube hardware. This game has some nasty line artifacting going on with so much transparency. I think that's just the nature of this being the first true game that was developed from Nintendo that had progressive scan. So, 40p. Okay. You can just screw off. That's why I saved, so now I'm gonna focus on the speedy spirit. This is the part of the game I hate for boos, especially. Don't even get me started on that PAL one again. Oh dear God, at this point, the boos are horrible. You're going back and forth at least 10 times in the rooms. They have too much HP. And they're way too fast. They literally slingshot out of rooms in the PAL version, if you're playing Hidden Mansion. Kind of why I wanted to beat this before Halloween instead of after Halloween was done. Because that PAL Hidden Mansion, you deal with an extra hour of just crap from boos. It doesn't help that most rooms in Area 4 are very cramped. So I really don't have any room to move. The whole shelf. Box? No. Shelf again? Shelf again. Okay, at least this one's only 100 HP. 100 HP is not that bad. Perfect. I didn't want him going left, so this works for me. Got him. Water plants, got it. I've already been doing that. You don't know how much money I made from watering one. Trust me, I'm rich. Okay, was that in the table? Or is it the drum? I think it's the drums. Nope, it is a table. Maybe it's a suspicious looking lump. Who would have guessed? Man, so close. To be fair, that pump trick only goes for so long. Because after a certain point, the boo will eventually just fly away regardless. It does stun lock him for a decent time, but not permanent, sadly. Now please, go right. Good. That is what we want. That means now I probably can get him in this next cycle. He's low on health. I know we're late into the adventure, but I have to ask the question now anyways because of the unlock requirement we just saw to get to the final boss being extremely stupid, honestly, for a lot of first-time players. This is one of those few games I can't just play through without 100%ing. Am I the only one? I'm probably not, because of how many boos you need just to beat the game. You might as well get the other 5. You need 45 or 50, so just get the 50. And while I'm at it, I do like getting the rest of the money throughout the mansion. I do my best to shoot for that rank S, you know, to get the best one. It's better than the tent we started with. I know I'm probably not the only one that feels that way playing this because, again, this is one of those few games, just, you're doing so much of it just to beat the main story, you might as well 100% it. Like this, the Banjo games, mainly with Banjo-Kazooie, but I still feel inclined for like Banjo-Tooie. Donkey Kong 64, but that doesn't help that... I'm going the wrong way. It doesn't help that most of that game you have to actually 100% anyways, just to get to the ending. And there's so much to do. I've noticed that's the trend with a lot of rare games back in the 90s. I hear Jet Force Gemini was another game of that caliber. You need to get most of the stuff in that game. And even then, you have to do a lot of extra crap by the end, which was very annoying. I hear that game is terrible to get the true ending, just because of a lot of one-and-done crap. Yeah, I also do agree on that one. It is satisfying also just to see the overall counter for the boos just being 50-50. So just having them all just feels a good sense of accomplishment for me. Oh, I don't like going without getting all 50 boos. And again, you're only 5 off. You might as well finish the job. World's getting more and more temporary, I'm noticing, because that the microphone, for whatever reason, that came with me in defs. I'm still wondering how that works. It's now starting to fade away, too. That is very weird. That'll be for later. I'm feeling a quick bone. Eh, it's not here anymore, that's right. We can only give the bone to the dog, there's no more dog. Ooh, money. Give me Mr. Bones. And that's it. It was just for money. It does kind of feel that this room was story significant, so it is weird that now, with the power back on, clearing it out is just for money and not a key. Kinda weird. I feel like this would be the good room to give you a key. Oh, here we go! The 300 HP booze. Not her out. And here we go. Here comes the fun stuff. At least I got 100 HP off. I have no idea where that went. I think it went down. If not down, it went left. It went left. Because the thing blinking in here is not a boo. That's a trap. Oh, this is stupid. Because now it's going to go back and forth between dark rooms. I needed to go down from the toy soldier room so I can go back into a lit station. Right now, being in that dark room is terrible. I might just let it stay in there. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore him. I don't think this room had a speedy, right? No cheese either. Yeah, okay, nothing. I remember it's the blue one that should be the primary. So everyone else is fine to get rid of. Alright, well, I'm kind of fortunate that the blue soldier got stuck for a second. Gonna make this a little bit easier. There we go. If you want to go down, actually, that's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. No. No, go down. There you go. There you go. It's like, do not go left. Anywhere but left. Perfect. I can probably get another 100 health off here, I hope. Okay, if he's at 102, maybe not. Get stun locked, idiot. And the other ghost should have came back here because I let it fly around for a while. I think it respawns in here now. No, it's somewhere else, man. Where'd it go? Probably in the hallway somewhere, which means it's not going to come back here for a while. Mario. That's fine. I'll go ahead and go up here first. I might be actually swapping controllers after this here, because I want to try for the golden mouse spawn in the hidden room, and it is horrible to get. So, just for the sake of time, because I'm playing on a version that has save states, I think I'm going to make a save state before I jump down the chimney, so I don't have to keep on running throughout the entire mansion. Because right now, just for context on this, we have a hole here on the left side that we can fall into on the top of the roof, and that will take us into a hidden room. For whatever reason, though, in that hidden room, there is a chance for one of the golden mice to spawn in there. It's one of the room spawns. So, if you don't get the spawn, you have to leave the room, and the only way to do that is with a mirror. So you warp out, then you go back into the room by going all the way back from the start of the mansion, climbing right back up to the top on the roof here, and then do it again. Hope you got the spawn. If not, you're doing that again and again and again until you got it. Just rinse and repeat. It's terrible. The worst golden mice in the game. That's a terrible spawn. Get him out of here. Okay, no, I'm thinking the PAL version of which direction. Okay, it's the roof piece on the right. It's a hole in the chimney. I thought it was left because last time I played this was PAL. Alright, now I gotta swap the controller in the system menu. Because now I'm gonna use the controller that I can actually make a save state with. And let me get a refill on the fire, because I think I need that in the sealed room anyways. It's maybe Mr. Crab's favorite game. Probably, yeah. Alright, here we go. Let's count those attempts. I'm gonna just keep on doing this until I get it. One. This is all you can do. This is it. Two. And for reference, this is the mirror. This is the only way out of the room. You scan that with the Game Boo Horror, warp out, go from the front foyer, rinse and repeat until you get golden mice. It's terrible. Three. Trying to see if they even have percentage. I thought it was always like 10. Four. Let me see. Okay, it's 20%, so it's not as bad as I thought, but that's still horrible. I don't know why they put one in the sealed room. It's stupid. There we go. Okay, 5 tries. 5 tries, not bad. And it only just has money. 30 coins, 40 bills. It's not really that worth it, but here we are. I think it's the last golden mouse I might have to worry about, though, in this game. In terms of the random spawns, I know it's the last one. And also, I believe... Be careful now, because I believe there's also a speedy? Yes, it is. Alright, chest near table. That's not it. So it's the one on the ground. Okay. Nice. The random crap is done. See, that's the advantage of having a version with save states just built in natively. Otherwise, that would have took me. Okay. Let's do the math here for a minute. Let's say it takes me 2.5 minutes. We'll be generous on that one. Right? So let me math this. So 2.5 minutes. I'm gonna do it in seconds, so we'll say 150 minutes. Yeah, seconds. Okay, I'm getting myself ahead. Just give me a minute. The ghost brain doesn't work as well as the live brain. That's saying a lot because the live brain was pretty confused. So if we did this 5 times, 150 seconds times 5, divided by 60. That would have been over 12 minutes. Yeah, and that's, that is why it's good to have the save states for this version. 5 tries, that would have been roughly 13 minutes of running back and forth. And I didn't have to do any of that now, because of that save stating alone. Thank God. I think it's this chest that spawns the ghost, so leave that to last. Everything else is lucrative money. Heart? Thank you. Is that an ant? Kind of looks like an ant on the wall. Never noticed that before. You not like the one on the far left? I was gonna say, that would be very weird if you can't. Almost. Stupid puncher. Alright, it's just the one that was 0 HP, so that's gonna be an easy capture. I just gotta wait for it to spawn, and then actually get it into the vacuum. That's the hardest part, is actually just getting the thing captured. But there's no fight, so it's just instant victory. Thank God there's no Boo in here. They at least had one sense of forgiveness for the crap you had to get to for the sealed room. The only sense of forgiveness is just this. And because I got the stupidest spawn in the game. Yeah, the sealed room does feel a little underwhelming, but it's just because of how mysterious it's been now for almost 2 whole areas. So by the time you get into it, it's the same thing as the little hidden room that you can see back in Area 2, but without a working door. Like, okay. It's a neat concept, but man, I really hate going to it because it's so far out the way. Wait a minute. I think this room has a speedy, I just remembered that. So get all but one. Get out of here. Let me see if I remember this correctly. Go away. Leave. See ya. Is there no speedy here? Oh, okay. Well, I'm just gonna check it, because I literally have the page open, so I might as well cheat on that one. Yeah, nothing in here. Why do I feel like there is supposed to be something in here? But it's a similar room to, like, a previous one, I guess, that has speedy. There's the fire ghost. It's soaked. That one of these would be water, or no, ice. They put both of these things in here for a reason. I'm hearing talk here in the chat for that Zillia remaster comes out. I guess it's tomorrow. I didn't know it was that soon. I hope it's a good version. I hear that Switch one, though. Oh my god, they really screwed it up with the frame rate. So I hope it's a solid one, but the fact that that's a lower frame rate than a PlayStation 3 game doesn't give me much hope myself. That sounds like a weird situation. Where'd it go? Okay, it's over here. That's fine. I don't know. I don't have that much faith in Bandai Namco as of late, because they've made so many stupid business decisions these past couple years, and it's making me a little concerned. So I hope it does well, especially on the other versions. But it's Bandai Namco we're talking, so expectations are already kind of lowered going into it just to be safe. This room is trippy. I love the idea of this being upside down. Oh, they remade the GameCube using Unity. I was wondering what engine they were using, because, yeah, I remember hearing something like they lost all the code for the Xillia games, so they had to remake them. I didn't know what engine they picked, though. And it's good it's Unity and not Unreal Engine, because, dear God, that probably wouldn't even be possible to port on Switch if it was Unreal 5. Then, haha, you were at the bed. I get in the vacuum. Cool. I thought I was gonna get hit by that doll earlier, so I still got a gold. Wait, how do I get that? Well, I don't know how to get it. I guess I'll leave. Wait, what's going on? Why is the room shaking? Oh, hey, cool. Treasure chest I can get. Oh, they found the C+ files. Okay. So at least they found something, yeah, like the C+ coding. It's something to go off of, I guess. How do game companies keep on making that mistake? It's just hilarious to think about. So many companies just don't back up their data correctly, and it keeps on happening, it feels like, in the gaming industry every couple years. So that's a big oops once you realize that happens. I know the most infamous story was Kingdom Hearts for many years, but now it's more than just that. Gimme. Oh, C#. Okay, I thought it would be like C++ or something. Get in. That was a detour. And that's all the hidden room leads to. So now, let me look at my map so I know where I'm going. Because this is the part of the game that really trips me up. Yeah, I go back up the 3rd floor. Okay, I was correct. I'm curious about one thing. Chat, you can fill me in on this. That Xillia remake, that's coming to all the systems. Is it also on PC? Should be, right? I think they announced a PC port. Yes? Okay, good. So I wasn't just dreaming that. Okay, cool. Because at least the one saving grace I can say is if the Switch version won't be in 60, I don't see why not any PC handheld. You can probably run that in 60 frames on like a Steam Deck and higher. So at least like if you wanted a portable version, a higher frame rate, you probably could get it on something else. Which one of these? I think one of these in Armory, right? Had a thing in it? Or no? No, okay. Well, I keep on thinking there's a spirit in one of these places when there's not, and then vice versa. I have to do what I'm doing now to get the ghost spawns. I remembered. GOG got a discount on it already? That makes a lot of sense. Usually a lot of PC storefronts like Steam or GOG will offer some kind of a discount ahead of time for game launch. That happens a lot nowadays. So I'm not too surprised to hear that. And I guess that's probably the best version to get if you just want to save some money. But yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat as well, Ethan. I don't mind when a game's 30. I think it only bugs me when the original ran at 60. So to me, it depends on how it plays. Because if it feels more sluggish than the original, then it tells me it's still coded to run at 60, but it's not. Because I've played some remasters that's done that before. Like, Mario Luigi's Bowser Inside Story is the most famous one for that. The original ran at 60 on DS. The remake ran on 3DS only at 30 frames, but the game engine still was coded for 60. It's like half your inputs were dropped. So it depends on the game and how they handle the translation. If they handle it fine, then I'm fine with the frame rate. But if it feels like it's dropping half my inputs, then I know they screwed something up. And that's why I hope it's a good remaster, because I don't know if that's something that Bandai would have accounted for. Only time will tell. We'll know soon enough, because that should be a thing in reviewers' hands, I would imagine, at this point. At least it's an RPG, not like a fighting game. If that was something more fast-paced, that would be a major complaint if the game wasn't running at a frame rate to input all your commands correctly. It'd be a nightmare. And actually, some fighting games have had that problem when I heard in ports. Yeah, Paper Mario 1000 Year has the same problem from what I hear too. It's not as egregious from what I understand, but there are some action commands that are a little bit harder on the 1000 Year Door remake from what I hear because of the frame rate difference. I haven't played it myself, so I wouldn't really know. Honestly, I've only played up to Chapter 2 in the GameCube version before, so I haven't really finished the game myself. But I think if I'm going to play a version through, I'm probably going to just play that Switch version. Because it's easier to play a lower frame rate version and then go back to play the higher frame rate one. I feel like if I started with the GameCube one to actually beat it, I don't think I can play the Switch version. Something would tell me that I would feel the difference and I just can't do it. Dude, where's this last ghost? I swear. I was gonna say, I swear I checked this one. Just wondering why I didn't spawn. Must have checked in at a weird angle. Alright, don't do the boo thing in here yet, because this is gonna be terrible if I do it now. Matt over here thinking that a turn-based Paper Mario game being a fighting game was not my bingo card tonight. I think I know what you were doing there. You got your wires crossed on the things we were talking about. No, Paper Mario's not a fighting game, so that's not the problem. I was mentioning if a fighting game is ported at the wrong frame rate, people feel the frame rate difference. And then there's mention another RPG in question that had the frame rate thing. That's why we're talking about Paper Mario. Essentially a game of whack-a-mole, but just with ice. Okay, it's like half press and then you go in. I'm trying to remember how that works. I haven't played this version in a while too. That should have been all of them, right? Yeah, I'm done. The corner I go. Blue Lost is gonna be the only silver at this rate, isn't it? Everything else is a gold. It's gonna happen. Somebody's mad about the Paper Mario thing. Yeah, I mean, I hear that the Switch 2 actually does fix some of the issues that Paper Mario 64 had emulation-wise on Switch. Because the biggest one was the menu lag. And I've seen it in action. Yeah, it's horrible. When you pause the game, it runs at like 15 FPS, so it feels very, very choppy. But from what I hear, that's not really the case anymore on the Switch 2 version. So it seems like it has a little bit of a fix there, but I don't know why they can't like backport that fix to the Switch 1. I don't know what about the Switch 2 for N64 is gonna make that specific game run better. I don't know why they haven't tried to fix that yet. That is kind of infuriating, because I think the Wii VC version is still probably the best version considered by fans, still. Next to the original N64 cartridge. Maybe one day it'll be actually fixed, because I hate how people would have to buy a whole new console just to play a fixed version of a game, but hey, that's how it works with Scarlet and Violet, so it's not the only one. Because a lot of people can't afford the console right now, and they own a Switch 1, so it would be good to fix those issues. Just saying. It's something to do with how they, like, from what I understand with the N64 emulation stuff, a lot of it is Luna scripting, because a lot of the problems they had with, like, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask I heard modders in the scene actually looked into what they were doing, so they know exactly what was being broken, what was fixed, and apparently a lot of it was Luna scripting. So that does tell me maybe they can do something similar for Paper Mario, because it seems like a lot of the games are based off of that kind of coding structure. You kidding me? Just when I found its location. Ooh, I forgot that's in here. Well, it's a good thing that's not where the Boo was. Because that would have overrode the Boo location. I mean, I could still get the gem, but I would have had to have waited until I cleared the room. Yeah, this is what I've heard, so I don't know how much better or worse, I guess in some cases certain games play on Switch do. I heard that the Paper Mario lag was fixed up on this console just because of, I guess, some of its extra horsepower. And that's being taken advantage of for at least certain games with emulation. Okay, guess we're going left. I'm just glad at least that they did. I mean, you still have to get the Switch 2 for the rewind functionality for N64, which I think is a little dumb. And same for the CRT filter. Rewind is one thing, I get it, maybe you don't have enough memory in the system, but a CRT filter, really? Why is that logged behind the Switch 2? That's confusing to me. But I'm at least glad that the Switch 1 audience got the mappable button patch, because holy god, the N64 mapping is atrocious for certain games on the NSL. Like, some are fine, like Mario 64, Paper Mario, Mario Kart 64, Pokemon Puzzle League, stuff like that. Like, simplistic games aren't really that bad. But you get to a more complex game like Ocarina and Majora, dear god, that default mapping is horrendous. So, that needed custom remapping. I had to do custom remapping for my controller. It just didn't line up correctly with half the buttons using GameCube. Now I can just do that natively in the app, which is much better. Almost. Almost got him. Actually, now I'm trying to think, what NSO services don't have the remappable button feature now? Is it just the Game Boy libraries, NES, and Sega Genesis? I think that's it. Because Super Nintendo just recently got it, N64 and GameCube obviously got it with the Switch 2 coming out. So that's at least 3 libraries I can think of. Trying to count things. That's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I'm set up now for the rest of the Boos. Perfect. Yeah, new Luigi managed to be bringing back that chest animation. Yeah, him struggling to open things, or just in general to check objects, as us fans call it. Kind of like, can I get like another one? Yeah, that. As fans call that, the hump animation. Yeah, I would like to see that come back, because it's just comical. N64 controller itself looks pretty nice. It is, yeah. It's just always a pain to get from what I understand, because it's always low stock, but it's a good controller from what I hear. I kind of wanted one for the longest time, but every time I had money to buy one, they were never in stock, so I never really ended up getting one myself. But nowadays, there's a lot of N64 controller alternatives out there that you can get, and those said alternatives are also possible to be used on the Switch and Switch 2. So they have the same Bluetooth that the Switches are looking for, and they also have the actual N64 button layout. So I was maybe debating getting something like a Brawler 64, just because it's like a little bit cheaper and more modern design. It'll be easier to hold in the hands. Kind of like a GameCube controller, just not with a weird layout. But with the N64's weird layout. Oh, you know, don't mind me. Just get some hugs in. That's fine. I'm just gonna turn this dial. I'm honestly not even sure how this is working right now. I think they're still trying to grab me. Yeah. There we go. I think I had some extra health to spare, though, because this room sucked. Getting wrecked. Alright, don't get the boo in here, because if it goes down, it'll be going into a dark room. Clear that out first. This room is very, very claustrophobic, so it's most likely gonna go somewhere else. Oh my god, it's hot! Yeah, that's the point. This is probably one of the worst portrait ghosts in the game to try to get a gold on. And I got it. Okay, yep. Hidden Mansion makes these guys a joke. Who Losses is still the only one that's not gold. Yeah, I swear, at this rate, we'll probably be the only one that's not gold. Alright, now we gotta do the funny. We gotta do the funny. It's just tradition. Here he comes. Coming in hot. Every time, man. That's the only room in the game with ice physics when you get a key, so you gotta take advantage of it. Oh. Well, that was a very short-lived fight. This room sucks to get boozed in because of the ice physics, so I don't know which one's gonna be worse right now. The room the size of a shoebox, or the room with a bunch of ice? Okay. You know what? You're gonna hide in that room, actually. I'm gonna get the other one now. Oh, I hate getting this door. It's just the weird camera perspective makes it terrible. Thankfully, there's barely anywhere you can check in this room. There's only 3 different checks. You know, if you want to go in the other room, go for it. Go join your friend on the right. Cool. Makes my life easier. Which one of these had the big heart again? I'm gonna get the heart. Who lost his heart in King Boo? I would probably agree with that, yeah. It just, the problem with the Boo Losses fight is really once you get down with those smaller boos. They're just so hard to hit. Because the beginning of the fight's not bad. It's just, the later half sucks. The King Boo fight at the very end here with Bowser is not that hard. It's pretty bad if you're playing the PAL version because of just the extra damage it does. But in like normal difficulties or, you know, this Hidden Mansion, no, it's fine. There we go. I was like, which one? Come here. Now I just gotta get the one in the hallway, which I think should still be out. But we're nearing the end. All we have left are these two boos. One of them I'm grabbing now in the hallway, and the other one is upstairs on the 4th floor. And after that, nothing but the final boss. Which we've already technically fought tonight, because I screwed up. That's besides the point. Everyone forgot that, right? I'm the only one that remembers. Why is it back in the pipe room? I thought I'd be hiding at this point. I don't know why you weren't hiding, but I'll take it. See ya. I got my ghost. Why is it taking so long to restart? That's slow as heck. That was weird. I just don't like that sand room, so fast travel past that. Alright, but at this point now, we just have one more portrait ghost and one more boo. Pro tip, don't save after this boo. Tell myself that too, just as a reminder. Oh yeah, we're nearing the end of Luigi's Mansion, which means we're nearing the end of this at Spookyfest. Hopefully this year people enjoyed this newer format that I've had for just streaming Halloween-based games that I had. Because in the past, we've tried things for pretty much the whole month of October, but that's not as realistically possible for me to do anymore. Things have changed a lot over the past couple years. I've missed a couple Halloweens due to just life getting in the way. So I like this newer format. It makes things a little more streamlined, I would feel. Plus, we get to sample a lot more stuff instead of just play like 2 or 3 games for a month straight at most. Look how this painting is just on the cinder blocks there. Can't even actually put it on a proper table or any riser. No, man, cinder blocks. Yo, man, I would do the same, so I'm not knocking. You know, in hindsight, just thinking about it, I probably should have grabbed an elemental. Because this room is kind of a pain without some kind of an elemental ability. It's mainly when I get to the later half of Ghost, so it'd just be easier if I had, like, fire or something. But this is Hidden Mansion mode, so my vacuum is very powerful. I only got 1? Really? I selected 3. I feel cheated. Fine. I'll just break them up. These are the worst ones to deal with, in my opinion. I hate the banana ones. I'm only gonna get one at a time, probably, for this one. It's just the littering. This is just making this so much worse. Oh, I got 2. Wow, I'm actually shocked. And then it's just the ceiling ghost, which you can easily kill him in one shot. It's just a matter of catching him. Okay, well, I got 2 out of 3. That's fine. I just wait for the palm this time. When he's laughing, that's a long time for him to just be chilling. Alright, now what are you gonna do? There's no more ghosts. I killed them all. So now it's time for you to join the rest and probably be a gold, if it's anything like the rest of these. This guy's not that hard to suck up. And that's exactly what I thought. Okay, so it's just gonna be Boolossus at this rate. Just the 1 silver. That's gonna bug me. There's the Area 4 key. That's what we needed to get into the final boss room. Alright, Boutique. Let's go. I didn't mean literally. Just stay in the room. Open the door. Why does he pound it? I swear, if you get to it with your vacuum out, he just decides, oh, I'm just gonna bang on it. See if anyone's home. I don't like that. And that true capturing booze moment is the final one. I guess I'm not too surprised. Yeah, the escape with that number, really? Yeah. Just go back. Be nice somewhere else. And GG's. Now with this gold diamond spawn, do not save. Because if you collect this and then reset your game, it's gone forever. So you're better off just collecting it, then going to Toad and save. But don't save ahead in time in case you have a problem. Say if you have power out or something. I mean, the game had a blackout. Maybe you at home will have a blackout. You never know when a lightning strike's gonna strike you at any given time. Same from experience. That's everything. All we gotta do now is fight King Boo. And we're at the end. That's kind of feel we're like only kind of beginning this Halloween season, but that's because of how I changed this formula this year. Because right now, I'd only be at the end of week 1 for doing Halloween-based things. I'd still have another 3 weeks of this, which honestly gets pretty fatiguing. This has had, you know, been a very fun and interesting week of streams, but I am kind of fatigued for some of the stuff we've done because it was very high energy and high octane stuff. So going into November, I'm probably going to be doing a lot more chill stuff, I would say. I got a couple games up on the docket I want to try out, do some first impression stuff of, so November is probably going to be a lot of that while we're finishing up Donkey Kong Country Returns. It's probably going to be the last major project this year that I'm working on, which to be fair, that's already kind of been a big one, so it makes sense. And give me one more Sapphire for the road, please. Thank you. We still have a decent amount of Donkey Kong left anyways. Like, that challenge will probably last the end of November to begin with, because I still have 3 worlds worth of content. I love the noises he makes in this conversation. I know I'm speeding through the text a bit, but when he's talking about how you captured all my fellow boos, which you swoosh, 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 it's like he has to onomatopoeia that? He can't just say you sucked him up with your poltergeist, and that's it. No, he's gotta give it some expression. I always love that part. Alright, here we go. Final boss time. Which is really not that big of a deal. The hardest part is just not taking damage, because this guy has a lot of stupid attacks. If you're too close to him, the suction's almost guaranteed to get you. Hitboxes can sometimes be a little unforgiving when he's doing the spike ball. And you can just get randomly clipped by a ice ball shot. That's the part I don't like. Getting a gold portrait on this sucks, but it's not a hard fight. It is a hard fight if you're on the Paladin Mansion, because this fight's so different. Because he's just a lot faster. Okay, that's a good amount of HP. Over 100 is good. Yeah, that's true. He does do the onomatopoeia thing in Luigi's Mansion 3 at the end there, too. King Boo is just a character in these games. He's pretty comically relieved in a lot of areas. Oh, there's the hit. All right, so I'm guaranteed now bronze, probably. If not, I think I might still be in the silver territory. I think it goes to bronze once you go below 80. That's why I say you get clipped by his ice pretty easily in this fight. Just trying to get more damage off King Boo. That's what I've experienced. Oh, I don't like this. Let me go over here. Yep, I knew it. Okay, so definitely bronze now. That's just unfortunate because I had no wiggle room there. I don't like it when I get cornered. That's pretty much guaranteed damage. Yeah, I hate this corner. I gotta get out. Can never gold rank these guys. The two I always had the hardest time gold ranking is Boolossus and King Boo and Bowser, because it's just very easy to get clipped by stuff. This fight can't give you health back, so there is a chance actually that you can get back over the health requirement you need for each portrait. But it just depends, because not all the pillars have a heart. It is random what pillar has what, because one of my heart got knocked down had a poison mushroom. So that's worthless. Actually do damage. He pushed that pillar. I didn't even know he can push pillars. There's another poison mushroom, so that's worthless. I mean, I'm fine getting a bronze here. It doesn't really matter, because if I want an all gold run, I was already losing that after Area 3. No, get back. 10 HP, and he's gotta get the pot shot. God, man, why'd you gotta get the pot shot? At least he destroyed it. Man, that's 3 poisons in a row. That is so unlucky. I remember though, if I'm playing this on the PAL version with Hidden, yeah, this fight's horrendous on damage. I'm always here like 4 or 5 different attempts because this fight is just unforgiving on PAL Hidden. But that is it though for this one. Not very too big of a problem here, especially with our damage output. It is insane just how fast you can beat this game with the damage increase. I didn't start playing retail Luigi's Mansion until around 8 o'clock my time. So from 8 to around 11:20. It's about, I would say this is like a 3.5 hour playthrough, roughly. Somewhere around there. Right? Yeah, no, that's correct on math. I was playing the beta restoration for about 40 minutes almost. Can't believe you beat this in one stream 100%. Matt, you're saying this is the guy who's done that probably 3 different times in the past decade on streams. This will now be my 3rd one to record that. Normally you can say that, but not when it's like a Halloween tradition. Then it's like, oh, I can't believe he did it again. Can you stop that, actually? I mean, if he keeps on doing it, he'll keep on killing him based on how tonight went. Yeah, no, this game is very short. I mean, the Hidden Mansion does speed it up by about an hour just because of your damage output being increased. I want to get the number on that. Let me see. Can I get it from Mario Wiki? Because I don't like fandom. There we go. Cool. Here you go. Hidden Mansion. Okay, so in Hidden Mansion, the Poltergust 3000's damage has increased to 1.5%. So we're not doing double damage, but we are doing 50% more on average. Yeah, there's your bronze. Honestly, I don't mind the bronze too much on the King Boo Bowser because of the fire. That's a bronze I'm fine with. All right, here comes the final total. Did we get the S? I believe that is S rank, yes. Let me see. I have the wiki open, so I might as well fact check that too. Let's see. Da-da-da. Okay, so best rank is rank A. It's 100G on GameCube NTSC. So yeah, no, we're way over by 23 million. So we're good. I win. This sequence is always very funny. The fact that you can put the painting in reverse and actually get a human out of the portrait doesn't make any sense. But this is a cartoon video game, so of course it doesn't make any sense. And the interaction at the end is just not only comical, but heartwarming.
Mamma mia.
By the way, this was the very first 3D Mario on the GameCube. So this is the first time we ever saw this render of Mario. But yeah, this is the part I like, because Luigi starts laughing, but he's also crying too. Very wholesome, but also, yeah, it is funny. That idiot fell out of the vent. That's hilarious. And that's it. That's all Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, in one session. 3.5, 4 hours tops. This game is very short. Especially when you're speeding through it like I was tonight. So-called classic. And I'm glad it's on Switch. Well, Switch 2 specifically. Meaning you can play all 3 Luigi's Mansion games now on a single console. And honestly, it feels pretty good to play it with the Joy-Con or the hidden into the void Switch Pro Controller. Like, this is a fine way of playing it. It does take some time to get used to for the shooting mechanic for the vacuum with the 2 different L buttons, but honestly, you never really shoot the elemental blasts in this game. There's no real situation where you're forced to shoot an elemental blast. You're just doing that to reach something halfway across the room, which is mainly for the Boolossus fight. And that's mainly it, because other times the blasts are pretty worthless, so it doesn't matter if you use this controller or hook up a GameCube adapter to play the original way that have analog trigger support at that point. This plays fine on Switch, personally. But yeah, no, that's it. That's the end of Spookyfest. We got our 3 major games I had planned on the schedule, and then the Splatoon Splatfest and last weekend kicked it off, which, you know, watching this time of the stream, that VOD does come out tomorrow on Halloween, so that'll be your Halloween celebration if you watch these VODs back after the fact, because I know not everyone watches the streams live. So, Spookyfest officially starts on Halloween for the VOD channel. I know it's always late, but that's just how it works. Can't really help that, because it takes a long time to get these VODs exported. I still need to upload the 2 we did this week in general, and now this one, so that'll be 3. And I'm breaking up with videos, that's 4. So that's, yeah, you can see why it took some time. But, yeah, no, this wasn't that bad, honestly. I did really good. I didn't get a couple of the golden mice, so I could have had more money. I don't know what this game caps out at. The wiki I'm looking at, their total was 142 million, so I could have easily gotten another 20 million, maybe more than that. But I'm content with what we got, because we do have more than enough money to get the best rank. So it doesn't matter. We still win. There's my mansion. Congratulations, your mansion is complete. I can't believe you were living in a tent earlier. Why a tent? You could have afforded so much more. So we'll give you a mansion instead. And there it is. There's my money. Now it's recorded permanently, so if I load this file up again and look at the gallery, that's going to be my new painting, instead of a stupid tent. So let's look at that.
Hmm?
There it is. Beautiful. And now let's look at all these golds. Gold, 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 gold. I'm actually shocked I got all these golds. -2. Because some of these portrait codes are paying even on Hidden Mansion. Isn't there gold? Gold, 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 gold. I'm waiting for the disappoint one. Gold, gold, gold. Not you! Although I love the 8-bit rendition. It still looks good with silver, so I'm fine with that. And then finally, this one, which it's not. Look, I can explain. It's not the right color because the game saves your best portrait. So technically, that any % run I did just to make this Hidden Mansion mode file, that was a silver. So that's technically the best run of the boss. Hence why it's silver. Because this game is an infinite loop. You can keep on playing it multiple times on the save file to keep on doing better. Get the higher portrait ghosts, get the better overall mansion rank at the end instead of the tent. So, yeah. Not bad. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Luigi does live in the C rank house going to Luigi's Mansion too. So I guess that's what is canon. Technically, him just being average at best is canon in the Luigi's Mansion universe. I don't know, it's weird. Because the mansion's only ever referenced in this horror state and not like the complete state going forward too. But no, that's gonna do it though for tonight's little Halloween fest. Or Spooky Fest. Get my wires crossed on that one. I'm gonna swap to the full feed here. Because it's even more unsettling when there's more of this around me. Hopefully people enjoyed this newer format this year. I personally think that this was a much better way, of handling the Halloween stuff, and it seems like the viewer reception for all 3 days this week has been very positive. So next year, this is going to be how the format will work going forward. At least a week-long event, maybe a little more than a week for spooky-related things. Technically, there is one more thing I have left for Spookyfest, but it's not streaming-related. Tomorrow, you get one more spooky-themed challenge video that's coming out right for Halloween. So technically, there is one final thing to cap off this event, as I kind of coincided video releases with it. That might not be a thing for every season, but this season I was able to make it work. But that's it, though, for tonight. So, with that said, thanks to everyone who came out. Have a good Halloween tomorrow. Stay safe out there if you decide to go out for, any kind of parties, trick-or-treating, or whatever, if you're involved in any of that stuff. But have a good time. Have a good Halloween season, everybody. This has been a fun one. I hope you all enjoyed Spooky Fest this year. It's been a fun one for me. And that's all I got for you tonight. So, with that said, I still need to figure out what's going on here. Maybe I'll figure stuff out once I cut this broadcast. Hopefully. But with that said, that's going to do it for tonight. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys on the next stream. Hopefully being alive again. Have a good night, everybody. Alright, well, that was an interesting stream, but I don't know what to do about this whole being a ghost thing. Doesn't really seem like a great idea to stay here anymore. I guess the only thing I can do now is just leave this plane of existence. Goodbye, world. Huh. I guess I had an extra life I didn't know about. Well, that's cool. So, I'm alive again, huh? You're kind enough to give me back my chair. So I guess I had 2 extra lives because of this also being struck by lightning. Interesting. Alright, well. Cool. Don't need this anymore.